This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated fantasy league group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Hello and welcome, and it is here, the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google, and I can't believe we're here in this moment. I'm your host, International Master Jovanka Houska. It's a great privilege to be here alongside 3-time British champion, Grandmaster David Howell. Now, this match is going to be unique in every sense of the word.
Yeah, it's a real honor to be here, Jovanka. First off, it's in Singapore, land of my ancestors. I'm so excited. There's so many storylines as well. We have an 18-year-old challenger, potentially the youngest ever world champion. It's also a clash of Asia. It's India versus China. It's an out-of-form Ding Liren against an in-form Gukesh. I just don't know what to expect, but either way, it's going to be fascinating.
It is certainly an unexpected match because, like you said, it is a clash of generations, also a clash of forms, clash of styles as well, because we have Ding Liren, who's slightly more positional, against the fiery Gukesh. And as you say, I'm completely in suspense as to what we're going to see appearing on our boards any minute now, actually, because game one, day one, everything is setting up for this moment. And talking about moments, we've seen, this is the moment, this is the culmination of months and months of preparation from both teams.
Yeah, it's always historic, right? It's a special place in the chess calendar every time, the World Championship. It's unique. There's nothing like it. It's so intense. The players, this is the highlight for them. This is the highlight of Gukesh's career, potentially. And for Ding, he's been here. He's done it before. It wasn't easy last year becoming world champion, but defending a title is going to be even tougher.
It certainly is a historic moment in the making. And what is also historic is that Google is the title sponsor of the FIDE World Championship 2024, which starts today at the Resorts World Sentosa. And chess, of course, represents a profound intersection of human ingenuity and technological potential. And of course, it's like the proving ground for AI.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who's been following chess for a while knows about this AI kind of led transformation in recent times. Just AlphaZero, groundbreaking stuff. We're going to be talking a bit about that later. Sir Demis Hassabis, who's also half Singaporean, he's going to be joining us today, a very special guest, and he really kind of opened the doors. He kind of broadened our knowledge about everything to do with AI, how it can kind of change our knowledge of chess, and it's going to be fascinating to kind of talk through that and learn a lot.
Yeah, it's certainly radicalized chess, right? Because all the players, they looked at AlphaZero and the way that it was playing chess, and they adapted. I know Ding Liren was one of the first to do so, and suddenly we saw the rise of people pushing those far off pawns, H pawns, up the board and seizing the space. And well, talking about technology, as David mentioned, something very special is happening for today because we have the Google Doodle. For the first time, Google Doodle is celebrating chess with a nod to the host country, Singapore. And anyone who clicks on the Doodle will be directed to the results page for the query of the World Chess Championships.
How cool is that? I've been using Google for years, and now we're teaming up. Chess has got that pride of place, literally on the homepage of Google.
It certainly is. And talking about Google, we also have a segment called Chatting Chess. It's powered by Gemini, which is the AI of Google, and it's a new segment as part of the official FIDE live stream on YouTube, showcasing Gemini explaining key moves, terminologies, chess trivia, and all sorts of bits of information. What I like about it is that you can ask it random questions and it will find a link.
It always has the answer, right? And we're going to be hearing a lot about Gemini today, a lot from Gemini today. I'm not sure whether it's our personal assistant, whether it's our boss here, but either way, Gemini always has the answers, and it's going to be helping us break down all the chess action.
And talking about helping us, maybe we should put it to the test right now, because of course this is the historic World Championship match, and it's going to be played in a new time control and a new format.
Wow, I'm fascinated to learn, Jovanka. Yeah. I want to know more.
Shall we ask Gemini right now?
We should.
We asked Gemini, help me understand the time control in the World Chess Championship. Here's Gemini's response. Classical games. Players receive 120 minutes per side for the first 40 moves. If the classical games result in a tie, a series of tie-break games will be played with progressively faster time controls. This time control system aims to create a captivating and decisive championship. Thanks, Gemini. Chat Chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yes, and there you can see a new time control of 120 minutes for 40 moves. And then the players will get that bonus of 30 minutes after, and the little small bonus of an extra 30 seconds per move, kicking off on move 41.
Yeah, it might not sound like much, but it's going to really kind of change the game strategies for the players. Actually, throughout Gukesh's lifetime even, throughout his lifetime especially, this increment has always been there. It's been ever present, and you kind of have that safety net, you know, that time trouble, you can handle it. When your clock is ticking down, you still have that safety net, that luxury. But especially those first 40 moves, it's going to be fascinating to see who's slow, who's fast, who's kind of trying to be a bit more direct with their chess style. And yeah, it could change everything. We've seen some mishaps in the past.
Yeah, exactly, because when the time goes low, well, the chess also goes low as well. And there you can see the information. We have 14 classical games. The first player to reach 7.5 points wins. And there we see the time control. And of course, if the score is tied after 14 games. Then it's gonna go to tie breaks, and we do have a prize fund, an incredible prize fund of 2.5 million with some financial win bonuses included. And here is the schedule that we're going to see coming ahead of us, and you can see the players will be playing 3 games and then there will be a rest day.
Yeah, and that means that the players will be able to pour all of their energy into these games. We'll see them. I mean, we have 2 very ambitious players in front of us, especially the young Gukesh. He's hungry, he's determined to try and strike. So we'll see them pour all their energy in, knowing that they do have a chance to rest quite regularly. And I think this is going to be the perfect balance. 3 games, hopefully full of action. And then we all take a pause, we all catch our breath, and then we go again. And I'm secretly hoping for those tie breaks. There's kind of adds that extra excitement.
It certainly will add a flair as well, because I've said it many times, but this really is a historic moment. And you mentioned that both the players will have points to prove, and very different points in some ways. Gukesh wants to be up there amongst the greats, the youngest ever world champion. For Ding Liren, it will be kind of a full circle. He was world champion last year. He wants to keep on being the world champion and somehow just see his chess go into the ascendant once more.
Yeah, I think both have a lot to prove. Fascinatingly, Gukesh will start with white. So we're going to learn a lot about his approach, about how confident he's feeling, about his opening preparation for this match specifically. And yeah, he drew white in the opening ceremony just a couple of days ago.
And here we go. Let's take a look at the footage.
Welcome to the FIDE World Championship here in beautiful Singapore.
My immediate thought was that Singapore is the best location for that.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we hope that we can showcase our warmth and that everybody will be delighted with the experience.
Please give a welcome round of applause for our guest of honor here today and Senior Minister and Coordinating Minister for National Security, Mr. Teo Chee Hean.
This year, Singapore is honored to be able to host the FIDE World Chess Championship. We enjoy working with our international partners to serve as a venue for world-class sporting events.
And it's a very symbolic and historic moment that we brought top-level chess to Singapore. Never before had the chess world witnessed a championship match where both players are from Asia. Now we have this historic moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now reveal the colors. Gukesh, you have chosen the White King, which means you will be making the first move in the World Championship match.
That was quite the opening ceremony. And fun fact, the dancer that we saw on our screens was in fact a hologram. It was most impressive. And incidentally, both the players got the colors that they desired. Ding actually wanted to start with the black pieces.
Yeah, and first off, I've got to say, I've been going to opening ceremonies for 25 years, and that was probably my favorite, definitely the most spectacular. But I mean, you mentioned Ding with the black pieces. Maybe it's a bit of a blessing in disguise. Usually you would say, we want to start with white, start strong, you get to choose the opening, start on the front foot. But it will take some pressure off. If Ding can hold this first game with black, you'll see it as a success. He's on the scoreboard, he can relax a bit, and like you say, he gets what he wants. But Gukesh shows his age, shows his ambition by wanting white, wanting to go for the win.
Yeah, he wants something different. I was also not surprised that Ding chose the black pieces, because last year in the 2023 World Championship, he also started with black. And why change a winning formula?
Chess players, we're superstitious, right, Jovanka? It worked from last time. It was a bit of a bumpy road for Ding on the way to becoming world champion, but ultimately he was successful. And here we can see the playing area. It's ready. We see Maurice Ashley, Grandmaster, who's going to be announcing for us, introducing the players very shortly.
He certainly is getting ready. And incidentally, the players are going to be playing in what we've affectionately coined the fish tank. So it's completely soundproof. It's mirrored glass, so there's no way that the players can actually take a look at the audience. And it's very, very secluded. And there we see Maurice getting ready to announce the players. And the players will be arriving with some helpers.
Yeah, some helpers. We'll see the players arrive with two very special guests. We'll introduce them shortly. But yeah, this event taking place on Sentosa Island, Jovanka, of course, Singapore. It's got some chess history, but it's still very much a kind of booming chess federation at the moment. And it's really nice to see them involving some of the younger players. Everything here on Sentosa has been so well organized, I'm going to say.
Right, here we're here in Resorts World Sentosa, and there we do see Gukesh entering with 9-year-old Tanvi Trivedi. She is the gold medalist in rapid and silver medalist in standard in the under-8 girls category at the Eastern Asian Championships in 2023.
Wow, future grandmaster, potentially a future world champion arriving with Gukesh. Two future world champions potentially on our screens right now. Really nice to see, just like in just like in other sports, players arriving with the players. But it's time to go to Maurice Ashley in the playing hall.
India to its first ever gold medal in that country's history. He is now competing to try to be the youngest player at 18 years old to win the World Championship title. And up next, the world champion from China, Ding Liren. The champion has had a long and storied career, one of the best players of his generation, 3-time Chinese national champion. He has also won individual gold at the Olympiad, and he also led Team China to 2 team goals, both in 2014 and 2018. Last year in April in Astana, Kazakhstan, he played a thrilling match to the very end and won on tie breaks to win this title. And he is now trying to defend his title. May this match be just as thrilling. Standing next to me are 2 young champions of Singapore. I had to bring out the list because they've done so much. First, to my right, Tanvi Trivedi, 9 years old, gold medalist in rapid and silver medalist in standard and blitz in the under 8-year-old girls category at the East Asian Championship in 2023. Tanvi is the highest rated under 10 girl in Singapore and 16th in all of Asia. And to my left, 9-year-old Ashwath Kaushik, candidate master, the youngest player in history to defeat a grandmaster in classical chess, which he did at the tender age of 8.5. He was the World Rapid Cadets Under 8 champion. The future is indeed bright here in Singapore. And now, to make the ceremonial first move from the presenting sponsor, Google, he was the number 2 under 14-year-old in the world, behind one Judith Polgar. He since went on to co-found and is CEO of Google DeepMind, a leading AI research organization that developed a revolutionary chess program, AlphaZero. He is now, this year, was awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for developing AlphaFold, a groundbreaking AI program that discovered and predicted the structure of proteins based on their amino acid sequences. Please welcome Sir Demis Hassabis. Demis will make the first move for Gukesh, who has the white pieces. Demis, if you may join for a picture right here. And with that, let the game begin.
And there we have it. The first opening move has been played. And we see Gukesh open up with a king's pawn. And it is a French defense from Ding. This is something that he chose against Nepo with some success, I would say, even though he did lose that game eventually.
Yeah, it's a surprise, a small surprise at least, because Ding traditionally has met the king's pawn opening by playing e5. So normally he goes for very solid stuff, but Ding, valuing the surprise weapon, he wants to at least ask Gukesh how well prepared he is. Often this is a good technique actually in the first game. You just surprise your opponent. You have a little small idea, which kind of asks them, have you studied this? Do you remember it? All those things. And if they don't, because of the first round nerves, often the player with the white pieces plays it a bit safe, and a draw is often the result. Historically, at least, that's happened in many, many World Championship matches. But the French defense met in very ambitious fashion by Gukesh, very quick fashion. He goes for the classical variation and builds a big pawn center. He doesn't look flustered at all, the 18-year-old. He was meditating earlier, Jovanka.
He certainly was, actually. It was very interesting to see the body language from Gukesh there when Sir Demis Hazzapis was being called and Maurice was there, that he was just in his chair meditating, getting ready for this big match moment. And yeah, it doesn't look like the French defense has come as a surprise to Gukesh, and I like the fact that he's chosen to expand as much as possible in the center.
Yeah, and I think this last move might surprise Ding. Ding very confidently playing the French defense. We're now 6 moves in, but White's last move, retreating with this knight, isn't the most common. This knight isn't necessarily that well placed on this square. The idea is to continue building a big pawn center. Next move by pushing this pawn forward, connect 4. I go on about this all the time, but that would be my favorite pawn formation. So Ding has this one moment to decide, do you capture it in the center? Make sure that White's pawn structure is slightly broken there, but allowing the white knight into the middle of the board, kind of justifying Gukesh's last move, or do you just continue developing? And I just want to go back for one moment, because by far the most popular move in this position is to bring the knight out to f3. I think that's just played automatically by nearly everyone. So it's Gukesh who gets the first surprise, not Ding, in fact.
Yeah, you're completely right. This knight retreat is actually the second choice. I do remember liking it as when I was younger, just simply because, as you mentioned, you could get that perfect pawn chain. But okay, black does have some compensation for this lack of space. First up, you do have that target in the middle of the board that you can start putting pressure on. And eventually you can just try to disrupt White's pawn center there by challenging. I remember someone once was kind of like trying to close the position down. So we might see something that's quite nervy, right, like that.
Yeah, it could be quite nervy. And I think for Ding, who we see now on camera, it's not going to be the most kind of enjoyable psychological moment, because he was the one certainly trying to get under Gukesh's skin by kind of playing the French defense, which I think probably there was a 10-20% chance of doing it. But we were having a chat beforehand, Jovanka, and you were expecting e5, solid stuff from Ding to start the match. Ultimately, Ding trying to throw Gukesh off. He's been the one thrown off, and we see that now kind of reflected in the time spent on the clock. And yeah, I'm not sure what he's going to do. When in doubt, develop your pieces. He brings his knight out after a bit of a think. But this is going to be fascinating. I love and hate the French defense in equal measures, because it's so complex. All the pieces on the board, which I normally enjoy. But my experiences, especially from the black side, haven't been the most positive. So Ding definitely was something to prove.
He certainly does have something to prove in this position. And going back to Ding's playing style, one of the things that struck me about his World Championship match last year was how he kept adapting. You know, normally you pick your openings and you relentlessly stick with them. But Ding chose a completely different approach. He was varying the openings almost every single match, sorry, every single game. And yeah, Ding, that was a bit unusual for me.
It's rare to see players try so actively to be moving targets, right? You never want to be kind of sitting duck. You never want to allow your opponent to predict exactly what you're going to do in the opening. But usually the top players in the world, historically, they've stuck to their favorites. For example, a Queen's Gambit, a Roy Lopez, whatever it may be, and only kind of adapted small moves later on deep into those variations when they can guarantee that they have already secured pawn structures they're familiar with, middle games that they enjoy. But to surprise someone as early as move 1, or in this case, Gukesh surprising on move 6, it's still very early in the game.
Right. And I do feel with an opening like the French defense, you do have to rely a lot on experience. Like you can't just off the bat just deploy this opening. It depends on a lot of things. You have to have an idea of how to break out in this particular position. When are you going to put pressure on the center, maybe coming out with the queen, or you maybe, someone once actually just locked the center immediately when I was playing this position with white, they just went f5. And I can see in the database that it is actually a move. And these are the kind of strategic questions that you have to dance with and grapple with. And it really does help having played this for a long, long time.
Yeah, and that's one thing Ding hasn't done really. He's used to fighting for the center, having a very kind of fixed pawn structure, but not being too cramped, not kind of suffering for space at least. And this time, we talk about the French defense. Often that's synonymous with one bad piece, a bad bishop on c8, locked behind its knight in this case, but also locked behind this kind of central pawn chain. So you're cramped there. There's no kind of prospect of trading off pieces anytime soon. You mentioned f5, very logical to block things up. But long term, if you cannot trade pieces, you might suffer. You might, kind of
totally
struggle for air.
Totally. And I'm checking this master's database, and I can see the most popular move is actually to deploy the queen out to b6 and immediately start putting pressure on white's soft point, the d4 pawn. Other moves are just to continue development, putting the bishop on e7 and just waiting with a decision. Another idea is actually to expand as much as possible on the queen side by going b5.
Wow. B5.
Yeah, b5 is not a move that I would necessarily reach for, because one of the dangers in this particular position for black is that if you just resolve the tension so quickly in the center, either by pushing the c pawn or taking on d4, is that you give white that free hand to work their magic on the right side.
Yeah, often you want to be the one who can pull the trigger, the one who can decide when to trade, when to kind of block. You want that power in your own hands. You want to keep the opponent guessing. So I don't think we'll see a decision there from Ding anytime soon, but it's going to be very, very tense. And body language wise, okay, jacket off, he means business. We've seen Ding out of form in the last year and a half, Jovanka, ever since he won the title almost. He took a bit of a break. He took quite a long break after winning the World Championship. And ever since, it's been a bit rocky, but his body language has looked negative. Here, he just looks focused.
I agree. One thing I would say in Ding's favor that a lot of people are perhaps underestimating, in my opinion, is that Ding is extremely resilient. I mean, he has been one of the world's best players. From 2017, 2018, you know, he was unbeaten for 100 games. I mean, that's a very, very difficult record.
Not too bad. Quite impressive.
Exactly. And then, you know, in 2019, he won the Grand Chess Tour. And when you play through his games, you're really struck by how good he is when it comes to his calculation, how amazing he is at understanding space and dynamics of the position. And there you can see his peak rating in 2018, 28-16. And one of the things that really struck me about 2018 is that he had a horrific accident in Norway chess. I think he broke his hip or broke his leg, and he was playing, I remember, the Olympiad in crutches.
Yeah.
And he won the gold medal for his performance on board 1. So he's able to dig deep. And also, going back to more recent times in the 2023 World Championship match, he openly said after the first game, after struggling to get a draw, I'm not enjoying myself. And he even lost a game.
Yeah.
But he managed to come back. he managed to take it to tie breaks. He had to come back 3 times.
Yeah. Just resilient. You mentioned it.
Completely resilient. And that's something that I think will be given Ding a lot of hope. And I personally feel, I don't know if you feel the same, but that Norway chess of this year was his rock bottom. When he missed that mate, that was maybe a wake-up call that he needed to do, I don't know, just do things in a better way, maybe just enjoy chess more. And I feel that he's getting slightly better.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty, like you said, in the summer when Ding was playing a few tournaments. He blundered checkmate in 2, quite elementary tactic against Magnus Carlsen. He lost several games. I mean, Olympiad was maybe a step in the right direction, but still didn't win any games there. He made a lot of solid draws against the world's best players, which are decent results. But in order to win a match like this, at some point he's going to have to take his chances. He's going to have to risk it a bit, quite likely, Ding. So I think that will be the real test a bit later on. But it will be a big success for him if he can kind of neutralize Gukesh in the early stages and break this youngster's momentum, maybe.
Yeah.
But okay, he's thinking here.
He is certainly thinking and coming to a decision. Doesn't look entirely comfortable because he does have a formidable opponent. Just 18 years old, the gentleman above us is Gukesh.
Yeah,
18 years old, the youngest ever player to win, to challenge for the World Championship.
Yeah.
Just 17 years old when he won the candidates.
I mean, when I was 17, I was just kicking a football around on the playground in school, and I don't know what I was doing my maths homework. And
yeah, we were at school basically.
Exactly.
And here he is, just 18 years old, number 5 in the world. I mean, perhaps we're seeing the start of a Gukesh reign. You can see that his peak rating was actually just last month, 27.94, after a formidable and absolutely insane Olympiad performance. Playing board 1, got 9 points out of 10.
Yeah, double gold, individual gold on board 1, and team gold. Not too bad at all. His second Olympiad in a row, actually, where he's really impressed and beat many of the world's best players. So Gukesh has shown he can do it. Whether he can do it over 14 games against kind of the same opponent every time, that's a big test. I don't think he has so much match experience, but in open tournaments, in the likes of the Olympiad, he's just been another level. He's really earned his place here, Gukesh. And actually, in kind of the build up to this match, I was reading interviews back around the candidates when he won. It was a surprise to himself, I think, but a surprise to everyone. And Ding was saying he's going to go into this match. Well, Ding felt that he himself would still be the favorite in classical chess, but that was already, 6-7 months ago?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the case anymore. Rating wise, it's kind of the ascendancy's changed massively, both on different trajectories. And the longer Ding thinks here, the more I become a bit worried for him.
Yes. And one of the unique things for me about Gukesh is that he's such an easygoing person, but he is an absolute beast on the board. But off the board, he's mild-mannered, very polite, very courteous, and he's able to consistently rise to the occasion. Like I also in my research for this match, there was a funny moment where when it came to before the candidates, no one had really anticipated Gukesh winning it. And even Magnus Carlsen said, well, no, not quite his time yet. And Gukesh, when he saw this video, he just went, well, that's his opinion.
I actually might have been the guilty party there, Jovanka, because I was one of the people interviewing Magnus. I was like, okay, give them, who's going to be successful, who's got the best chances, the kind of worst chances. And I think he placed Gukesh in the second to bottom category. He was like, maybe next time.
Yes.
But yeah, despite his age, so mature, so kind of composed. We saw the meditation kind of when Maurice Ashley was in the fish tank, the playing hall with the players. Gukesh was just kind of in his zone already.
Yeah.
Just so focused, never looks flustered. I think the only time Gukesh I've ever seen him panic in the last 2 years is when he does tick under maybe 5 minutes on the clock. That's when it does get a bit shaky. He really kind of prides himself on his calculation skills. Instincts, because he's so young, kind of yet to be fully developed, especially in quieter endgames, I feel. But I mean, Ding would love to get to that point. There's no guarantee that you can get Gukesh low on the clock. And Gukesh left the board for a few moments. He's back now, and yeah, this is worrying signs for Ding, I've got to say.
It is a worrying sign because we are just 7 moves in, and Ding has already gone into the tank and is thinking about how to continue. So maybe we should deep dive into the theory here, because it is a matter of theory. So the most popular move This is apparently called the classical variation Steinitz.
Steinitz. Okay.
Yes, that's
I knew it was the
quite
classical.
fitting, actually. Because Steinitz is the first world champion.
Exactly. Very fitting for a world championship match. And Ding betraying some emotion finally. Looking at the clock, looking a bit uneasy.
Yeah.
I've played Gukesh a couple of times, and first time when he was 12 years old, he'd just become a grandmaster, and he has a bit of a death stare. Even at that age, he was staring me down, and I was a bit like Ding. I was like, oh, feeling a bit twitchy there.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's break down the theory. What's Black's most common move in this
The
position?
most common move is put the queen out to b6.
Okay. So let's put that on the board. This isn't Ding's move. The live position will be on the bottom right of your screens, but let's make some moves. I'm assuming white jumps out with the kingside knight.
Absolutely.
Okay, natural square,
And
reinforcing the center.
Yeah, and here again, Black has a choice. I mean, Black has to be very careful on a strategic level here, because if you don't break out, you might just simply get squashed. So therefore, Black has two options: either develop the bishop to e7 or immediately strike out with f6, challenging the center. Now, this certainly rings a bell. And White also has to be very careful, because often in the French defense, they will take radical measures just to open up, even sacrificing material on e5 if necessary. And so here White has the option of either going a3 or setting up, I don't know why I'm going to call it the Christmas tree with g3.
The pyramid, the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it, Jovanka. It's nearly Christmas.
Yeah, it is. Well, nearly December, right? The countdown begins.
1 month exactly.
Yeah.
And this is the Christmas tree. Actually, I'm going to, just to have some fun, just to take the tension out of how important this match is, I'm going to draw the Christmas tree here. And you can kind of see it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, this would be maximum tension. I personally quite like White's chances because, I mean, there's natural moves at least. Your bishop can come out to h3, now hit the base of Black's central pawn chain. That's the downside, I guess, of Black getting itchy fingers and pushing the f pawn too early. But it does become very complicated. I believe I've actually seen this position before. And yeah, kind of by transposition, at least, there's options of taking this pawn, coming out with a check. And yeah, it gets complicated. I think I've played a blitz game against a grandmaster once and they played the move g5, just maximum tension. But that one maybe a step too far. Ding definitely thinking about this, but it's not clear what next. And you might be able to play a couple of easy moves as Black, but the long-term plan, how you long-term undermine White's beautiful pawn structure, that's the big issue here for Black.
Yeah, that certainly is the issue. I mean, Black really does have to be prepared to... you're right. I mean, it was all to do with captures at the right times on d4, then checking and fast development, because White has gone on the merry way of just pushing pawns, and development is everything. And well, no response whatsoever from Ding.
Yeah.
And do bear in mind that the players are not getting their 30-second time bonus just yet.
Exactly. They have 120 minutes for their first 40 moves. So on average, you want to spend around 3 minutes per move. He's already 16 minutes behind on the clock. And I'm not going to say it's a huge factor now. Anyone who's kind of watched me play or seen me commentate or anything knows that I like to spend time. I like to kind of postpone the tension to later, make sure that accuracy at the early stages kind of is the foundation for a game. But yeah, you don't want to get in time trouble in round one of a world championship match.
No.
It's not a good sign. Often that kind of sets the tone. And I think every time we have seen time trouble creep in these types of matches, it tends to be a recurring issue for the rest of the games. Jovanka, it's a bit worrying. Maybe he just needs to play some moves and hope that he can navigate the middle game.
Right. And sometimes it's just a question of not necessarily not knowing the theory here. It's more often than not, it's just simply deciding what you're going to be playing when you're being surprised. Because, I mean, these guys are the best in the world. They are rarely surprised. They're just kind of thinking again of their lines and going for what is going to pose their opponents the most practical problems.
Yeah, and Ding is no stranger to this type of situation. His opening repertoire with Black is usually quite well thought out. It's quite kind of predictable. So he's used to players kind of going very deep and surprising him later in the game. But then he normally knows the structures very well, so he can kind of trust his own powers of navigation and somehow wriggle out or somehow kind of stabilize and take the game, just take the real action into the later stages. But here, he's on his own very, very early. And
yeah.
I wonder how many training games he's played in this type of pawn structure. Normally, they say for World Championship matches, you should be kind of in the zone for months and months, training, preparing, practicing. Often you have sparring partners you kind of try different ideas against and see how they react. With a French defense, you need years of experience.
Totally.
Otherwise, yeah, it's not the type of opening you can freestyle.
I agree with you completely there. Also, we do have to remember it's the World Championship match. There is another level of mind game going on here because, like, as you referred to, there's like preparation going on. We don't know who's on Gukesh's teams. All we've known is that Gajewski's there, but I'm sure he's not the only one. I'm sure there's a few other grandmasters helping. And in this particular day and age, it's not just human minds that you have to think about. It's also the AI, the computers, our friends up there on the cloud who are actually like just working out those lines and what's going to be the best chances. And so I'm sure what's running through Ding's mind right now is, does he go queen to b6 and go down that mainstream path? Or should he like try to vary right now, maybe play something that he tried in his childhood? Because I know he did employ the French defense when he was young. You know, do some random f5.
Yeah, just surprise.
just get that surprising, get Gukesh on his own without, you know, the team. And, you know, last night I was watching this documentary on the Gelfand Anand match called Album 61. And it was incredible, you know, that the whole team was so emotionally vested in these games, you know, the emotion behind it. And, you know, even Gelfand's trainer from his childhood was watching the match and had tears in her eyes when he won his first game. And you could see everyone was checking lines. And this was back in 2012.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much emotion attached to these things. It's not just the coaching teams who are going to be invested, the families, of course. I mean, here we've got whole nations invested, and not just any old nations. I mean, China, India, there's so many chess fans in those. And I know Ding, last year, talking of tears in the eyes, he was so emotional when he kind of was able to triumph in that final rapid game, that final playoff game against Nepomniachtchi, and just the emotion that he was overcome with, it showed how much it meant to him.
Totally. I mean, that was such a significant moment, I think, in chess history. And we'll try to play that particular moment on our screens right now when Ding, after 14 grueling games and some set of tie breaks, manages to overcome the nerves, all the adrenaline, and just become the 17th world champion.
Achieving a lifelong goal.
Yeah. And we'll show you that video to you shortly because it is absolutely symbolic of what the players are going through, both mentally and physically, when they play such a historic chess match.
Ding is officially the 17th FIDE World Champion and the first ever Chinese player to win the world title.
Yeah, I'm getting goosebumps actually from that moment. It was incredible.
It was, yeah, it was so emotional. I think just everyone watching was so transfixed. It was unclear who was going to triumph until those last few moments, and Ding took a risk. He could have taken a draw, could have kind of prolonged the tie breaks, prolonged the tension, gone to more games, but ultimately, yeah, rewarded for his courage. And you mentioned that he's resilient, he's tenacious when he needs to be. That's the Ding he needs to kind of show to the world right now, show to Gukesh.
Totally. I know we all remember that moment in the final tiebreak game where, as you mentioned, he was self-pinned, which every grandmaster hates to do. And he voluntarily took that risk. And in his notes to the game, he said, well, you know, he was assessing who's the better blitz player, and he felt like Nepo would be the best one there. So he felt this was his only chance to go for broke, and it paid off. And he's going to have to dig deep and come to a decision because he's used up a lot of time on the clock. So whilst he's thinking, maybe we can just take a look at the lines.
Yeah, let's try and figure out what Ding is pondering on right now. Yeah, we've mentioned some of the most natural moves. I do believe I've faced this type of setup once in my career from the black side, so kind of being in Ding's shoes. And I did actually play that pawn move that you mentioned, pawn to b5. And let's check that one out maybe, because rather than just developing pieces and going down very traditional paths, you mentioned Gukesh has probably prepared that. He's probably looked at it with these AI engines. He's probably practiced that type of kind of plan, middle game plan with his seconds. Let's go for something a bit more rare. Let's try and break down the white pawn chain from its base.
Yes, and here, in fact, white has two main moves. You can go a3, or you can just simply continue with your development. You just go knight f3.
Okay, let's just for instructive purposes, let's say white continues on autopilot, develops a piece. What's black's plan?
Okay, black's idea is actually to once you said once you continued with the b pawn, you've got to go all the way. You know, play modern style chess, and so the most popular move is actually to go b4. And incidentally, black, according to this master's database, has a really high success rate. 41% of those games finishing in a victory for black.
Not bad. If Ding knew that, he'd play this in an instant. b5, b4, and the reason I think I was attracted to this back in my days when I was playing the French defense semi-regularly, it was because you can actually activate your bad bishop via this diagonal, and normally that luxury is not really available to you. This bishop normally sits behind the pawn chain forever, just sleeping. I do remember thinking it was a bit too ambitious for black, but if your opponent doesn't know what they're doing from the white side, at least Gukesh can no longer rely on autopilot moves. The Christmas tree that we were talking about doesn't make so much sense now. It just takes a long time, and once the white bishop moves to the side of the board, black's bishop is by far the more active of the two. So yeah, I quite like this plan.
Totally, and the reason why it's really risky is because actually there is a pawn sacrifice in the air already for white in this particular position, with white pushing f4, f5. And again, you're assessing this particular position and you're thinking, Gukesh thrives in complications.
Thrives in...
Do you go for it and play with your king exposed in the middle of the board?
I mean, I wouldn't want to be kind of playing this position blind, as they say, kind of having not looked at it with a computer or with your team of seconds, that's for sure. Just to explain the idea, white's knight on e2, which has already moved a couple of times, it has a really menacing spot that's now available to it. If you take this pawn, I'm guessing the white knight jumps forward. This d pawn is slightly vulnerable. There's ideas of e6 in the air, just blowing open the center, going for the black king, and I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the next step is. I've probably just blundered. I wanted to defend my pawn here, but I think I sense danger.
Yeah. Normally they throw in a whole series of captures, like b takes c3 and then c takes d4. I mean, black does have a good success rate, but again, most of the games that I'm looking at are from 2011, 2019. Yeah, some games from very few recent games.
Yeah, and this is scary, I've got to say. Even if you try and capture everything, if white just tries to literally go route one direct for the black king, I mean, this is terrifying. White's bishop coming out, white's queen maybe lining up in the center right now. You don't want to be entertaining any of this funny business. So maybe already feeling the heat, Ding. This is why he's paused so long. This is just one of several variations, of course, but it's the type of thing that could happen to black if you're not careful.
Totally. And can we look at what happens if black does the lockdown? F5.
F5.
You know, try to build this very solid wall and lock the position completely. And the reason I'm thinking about this is because I'm pretty sure I also had a game against Iveta Riley back in 2007. And she did this very funny thing where she just locked the position down. And I was like, well, what next? So let's have a look. And I can see it has been played. Again, not in recent years. So what would be wrong with doing something offbeat like this?
I'm not so sure there's too much wrong with it. I think it's just a style thing, and Ding doesn't really like cramped positions where he can't kind of play actively. He's a very positional player, but he prefers to be on the side that can do the squeezing with the center, with the space. And here, again, probably there's nothing wrong with just developing for white, and later, when the time is right, white will often kind of prepare to attack from the flanks this time. And at least now white can rest easy knowing the king is safe in the center. Yeah. It's literally a traffic jam in the middle of the board. Everything is blocked and will likely stay blocked, so play will switch and it's less clear what black is doing while white's plan straightforward. Yes, so there's a lot of danger for white. And okay, so finally let's go revisit the main lines. So queen comes out to b6, so no funny pawn moves. No funny pawn moves. Let's be principled about this. Queen to b6. The downside is Gukesh will have predicted that one, I'm pretty sure. That's true. But swings and roundabouts. True. Okay, knight f3, and then, okay, we looked at f6, we discussed briefly, like f6. What happens if bishop to e7? Okay, bishop to e7, just keeping things stable. I'm going to do something similar. I'm obsessed with the Christmas tree now, so I'll push my pawn and get ready to bring my bishop out. And so let's say black is like, yeah, doesn't matter, castles. Okay, I'll bring the bishop out to h3. Yep, this has all been done before. And then now comes the point where you probably should be doing something. C takes d4, resolving tension in the center. Because, yeah, if you let white complete their development, then you got no pawn breaks as black. And the question is, are you in time though? If white gets one more move and white kind of castles and shuffles the king into the corner, white has full control, and I do worry black has two bad pieces here, not just the problematic kind of light squared bishop, but also this knight which struggles. Often you see the players kind of reroute the knight back to like one of its starting squares and out, but it's very time consuming. In fact, looking at the main line in this particular position, it's actually to go f6. F6, wow. F6, sacrificed it all. Just to blow open the center, and ultimately Ding finally makes a move. Let's go back to the game. He chooses a different pawn move. He chooses a different pawn move. It's a5. And expanding, we predicted something similar, but maybe less direct. And Gukesh immediately responding. You mentioned the mind games, Jovanka. That's kind of power play. You just allow your opponents to think for 30 minutes and then respond immediately with a smile. And Ding back in the think. Back in the tank right now. Knight f3, one of the most obvious moves for Gukesh. But yeah, I do remember when I've only played Gukesh once, and that was when he was 13 years old. He was already pretty good. He was already very good. Already a grandmaster, as you mentioned. And it was in the FIDE Grand Swiss. And I do remember that I felt like his openings were not necessarily his strong point at that particular time. So I was like, just get him the surprise. I'll surprise him. He played e4, I played my Caracan, I played a line I've never ever played before. And I remember I caused him to pause for all of 30 seconds. And then he just like literally just played it in a really aggressive move and completely demolished me. He's been an attacking player since he was a kid. Yeah. And I was like, wow, this kid is good. He's going places. And that's... Could you have expected then when you played him that he would be here, 5 years later, fighting for the world title? No. No, because you always feel like it takes some time, right? Because to get to the World Championship, you have to qualify for the candidates. Not an easy task by any means. True. And then you have to win the candidates tournament, which is insanely difficult. And Gukesh does it. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, talking of kind of Genesis stories and our experiences with Gukesh, I played him when he was 12, so 1 year earlier, and it was in Gibraltar, and I was terrified, first of all. I did notice in preparation, like you mentioned, back then his openings weren't so great. He was quite predictable, and I knew he was a very attacking player. So I just basically shut things down. I found a way to lock the center, get a small positional advantage, and basically tell him, if you don't checkmate me, I'm just going to kind of ultimately grind you down in a long endgame. And I was successful because he wasn't able to find the right attacking plan. But what impressed me the most was afterwards. I mean, he lost that game, but he was kind of still fascinated to learn. He was asking me what he should have done. He was suggesting moves. We actually went for a press conference thing afterwards, like a kind of a masterclass type of thing in the analysis room. And he was happy to talk to hundreds of thousands, not hundreds of thousands, hundreds or thousands of spectators. At the age of 12, he was confident enough to kind of talk about a defeat and just be all about the learning, and which was, yeah, I mean, far more mature than I could ever have dreamt of. And in the meantime, we have moves. We have Ding pushing forward on the queen side and Gukesh replying instantly again. His openings have definitely improved since those long ago days.
Yes, and he's developed his bishop out to e3, calmly solidifying the center. And I have to ask, what is the point of black pushing the a-pawn so radically up the board?
It's AlphaZero, it's AI. Jovanka. He's been learning from Sir Demis Hassabis, he's been learning from AlphaZero. I mean, I'm also not sure whether this is the most productive use of time, valuable time in the opening, but I guess the idea would be to undermine this beautiful connect forward chain from the base. No, he doesn't commit yet. He develops his bishop finally. I don't hate it, I've got to say. Gaining space later, you do have the option still of that other plan we mentioned, b5, b4, and a real pawn storm on the queen side flank.
And can black now switch up to the queen b6 ideas, which we thought, oh, hang on a second.
Wow.
We are getting some beautiful chess there on the right side of the board. g4, bishop to e7 played. I was expecting queen to b6, actually, putting pressure on d4 and maybe trying to trade off and get the bishop to b4. But wow, g4, game on.
Game on, and this is crazy. Just Gukesh, she's playing instantly, Jovanka, but I don't know. First of all, do you predict Ding plays the French defense? Maybe 10% chance, 20% chance. Then do you predict that he goes for this a5, a4 plan? I would say 10% chance again. First of all, going for the classical variation rather than kind of the winner or others. And kind of predicting everything up to this point and then playing g4, going this aggressive this early. First of all, super ambitious. Second of all, just, I mean, the confidence, the preparation. Very impressive.
Yep.
He's not hiding his plans here.
He's certainly not hiding. f5 is on the agenda. It's going to come in the next move or definitely in the future. And the question for black is, well, do you kind of grit your teeth and just castle your king into the eye of the storm? Because, I mean, black's position is geared up so that you can either break out with f6 and just say, hey, white, you're playing way too aggressively, or you do something, or you live with your king in the middle of the board, but then you have a problem with getting out your minor pieces.
Yeah, and actually historically, World Championship matches, often the first game is a draw.
Yes.
Both players are a bit nervy. I think we have to go as far back as
2010.
Yeah, 2010 for the last decisive first game in a World Championship. Before that, yeah, I'm not the best with the chess history, but I remember in 1972 there was a decisive match, and they are quite rare in general. But this one, I can't see this being a draw anytime soon. I was kind of predicting a quick draw. Maybe Gukesh a bit nervous, first ever World Championship match, but he's basically saying, I'm going to try and checkmate you. I'm going to push my pawn to f5, bring my knight forward to f4, maybe pawn to g5 as well after that. Or I'm going to let you attack my king, because actually if the center does blow open, if black ever plays f6 at the right time, then the white king as well, now no safe haven. It's going to be harder to castle kingside. Definitely don't want to go queenside now that black is kind of ready to blow open that side of the board.
Wow, this is already fascinating stuff, right? I almost feel like we have to deep dive into this position, into black's options.
Definitely.
Because, okay, so say you're calm about it. You play like a machine and you say, castles. I ain't afraid of no ghost.
Oh, I'm pretty afraid of it. Okay, and how will white continue, do you reckon?
Exactly. My next move is going to be f6.
Oh, wow. So if I play f5, you'll...
If I go f5, I think I might take on
Maybe take on d4
Take on
first.
d4 first. Take and...
There are some checks, like queen a5 check. There's, I mean, always your plan with queen b6, which actually might come with a bit more power this time. You're not just hitting this pawn on b2, you're actually threatening to win a pawn in the center with knight takes e5 due to the pin along this diagonal, the white bishop undefended.
Yes. And because it's Gukesh, I reckon he might go king f2.
Oh.
Is that a good move?
I mean, it's probably a good try.
Yeah.
But I don't know, it is sitting on this file, which might well come open soon.
Yeah, okay, so maybe not. Maybe queen to d2. Well, the thing is, one of the reasons I wasn't that keen on queen to d2 instead of king to f2.
So in this position?
Yeah, because now you can go bishop to b4.
Yeah, not quite a winning pin, but knight c3 forced.
Grandmasters love this, and then you go a3.
Oh, yeah.
And suddenly, you're really regretting actually not castling your king.
Yeah, the knight is undermined, the king is a target. Yeah, okay, I regret all of these suggestions. I'm glad it's them, not me, Jovanka. I'm glad it's Gukesh thinking. And I mean, if f5 isn't on the agenda yet, if that's too ambitious because white's too far behind in development, then yeah, maybe you do have to castle as black and just admit you're going to get attacked, but hope that your counterplay arrives first.
Right. So if you can't go f5, but it's okay, let's build it. So let's develop the light square bishop. Okay. You know, when your king is one move away from castling, it's pretty safe. Yeah, I like the bishop h3 because it supports f5. Okay, so now you have to, presumably, as black, either go queen b6 now or c takes d5.
Yeah, we could trade pawns. Let's say we try the same plan that was successful in an earlier variation. Let's hit this pawn.
Queen b6, and yeah, I guess you have to just let it go, right?
Someone's been watching Frozen. Okay.
I have nieces.
Let's say, okay, you want to let it go by just casting the white king.
I want to let the b pawn go, and
going to be ambitious, maybe foolish, greedy, call it what you will. This pawn might be taken, but then we'll see a crazy position with white attacking f6 on the radar, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn, just to blow open the black king. Maybe even just a simple capture followed by pawn to g5, and this bishop opens up along this diagonal. This does look scary, I've got to say, for Ding. So, how brave are you feeling, Mr. World Champion?
Okay.
King on the king side is a target.
Well, okay. So that's option one, right? You can castle into the storm. But option two, is there any way that black could just kind of lock the position down and just go for the simple safe? Maybe a little bit passive, that might be the cost.
Yeah, I think Ding would love to play safe right now, but I'm not sure how he does that. The problem is now that white's played g4, black no longer has this option to lock things down. I think that's another benefit behind white's last move, as opposed to maybe building that Christmas tree we were talking about earlier. So black's f5 is very much off the table. White would simply capture, and black's center would be really compromised.
What about f6? Could you do something like this?
Yeah.
And say, well, we can have some fun too.
Now I develop my bishop. I'm never sure which square is correct. Let's go back to this plan that's been successful a couple of times.
Yeah. And then here. Well, this is where it really is very good to have that French experience, because they know whether to go queen b6 or to go c takes d4.
Yeah.
And then initiate all those trades.
Yeah. Who knows? There's like 3 or 4 different orders you can start playing your moves. You can also castle. There's also pawn to a3. There's 5 or 6 candidate moves here.
Yeah.
And I would be tempted queen b6, because now you mentioned all of those captures. Again, if white castles, suddenly you might be able to consider taking this pawn. And if white takes back with the pawn, which is usually desirable, again, there's this trick just to put it on the board. Knight takes e5, because there is a pin on white's central pawn. After some trades, the dust settles, and the black queen pounces, and ultimately black wins material. So I quite like this conjunction of keeping maximum tension, pushing f6, and then bringing the queen out, because it feels like you're asking questions on kind of the lines, the diagonals, everything. But yeah, Ding burning a lot of time. This is quite significant. I mean, I mentioned it kind of as a joke in passing earlier. Now it's 40 minutes down on the clock. That's a big margin to have to compensate for later.
And, the players are just setting up so to speak, the scene, because the real fireworks are now going to be happening in the middle game, because Ding could be forced to defend very accurately in the next few moves, and he's not going to get that increment of 30 seconds until move 41. And when that happens, even like the act of physically making a move, it takes time.
Yeah, the players, they're just used to having this increment. We recently, we both commentated on a tournament where the players were stripped of their increment. It was rapid chess, but they weren't adapting. They were struggling to make the moves, get them off in time. They weren't pacing their game correctly. The rhythm wasn't there. And I think both of these two, Ding and Gukesh, they're used to that rhythm, having 30 seconds extra after every move. Where it's a safety net, but
totally agree. I remember that was a throwback for me to the past when I was younger, you know, playing without increments. And things that we all knew is that when you had 2 minutes left on the clock, you had to speed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In this case, when you've got an hour and 15, you have to speed up.
Yeah, you really do, because I mean the fireworks are still going to explode on the board, because G4 is setting the stage for F5 and even sacrifices. So Ding has to take a decision. This is not the time for indecisiveness.
Yeah, this is slightly worrying. I've got to say, the body language, the use of the clock right now from Ding, definitely not in his comfort zone. It's not just that, it's just the fact that he's playing someone so confident and clearly well prepared in Gukesh, who's spent a minute and a half to play 10 moves. And yeah, that is definitely going to come back to haunt him a bit later, unless he's careful.
And talking about Gukesh, we should ask our sidekick, Gemini, and chatting chess, what it thinks of Gukesh.
We asked Gemini, compare Gukesh's style to any famous person. Here's Gemini's response. Gukesh's playing style can be compared to the aggressive and attacking style of the Indian cricketer Sachin Tendulkar. Just as Sachin was known for his fearless approach to batting and his ability to take risks, Gukesh is known for his aggressive and attacking style of chess. Both are not afraid to take risks and are always looking for opportunities to dominate. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yeah, well, thank you, Google Gemini, because you summed it up perfectly. Fearless attacking approach. It's on the board right now.
Exactly. And it's fitting that he's been compared to a cricketing great, because cricket and chess now both huge in India. And Tendulkar, I believe, is actually a chess fan. He's been tweeting in the past about some of the Indian chess players' successes. And yeah, fearless. I mean, going on the front foot, this direct, it's incredible from Gukesh. I don't think anyone predicted kind of his rise, first of all, but also just his approach in game one. Every player in game one, every former world champion, challenger, tries to play it solid, tries to take minimal risk, because they know how crushing psychologically a defeat in the first game can be, but no fear here.
No fear here whatsoever. And you know, usually in the World Championship matches, as you mentioned, you know, it's like a boxing match. You like start prodding and you poke, you try to see where your opponent is weak. But, whoa, Gukesh has gone for the jugular. Now that we've asked Gemini about Gukesh, let's ask Gemini about Ding. Let's see what it comes up with.
We asked Gemini, compare Ding Liren's style to any famous person. Here's Gemini's response. Ding's playing style in chess can be compared to the calculated and strategic approach of Chinese philosopher Sun Tzu. Just as Sun was known for his meticulous planning and ability to anticipate his opponent's moves, Ding is known for his precise calculations and strategic thinking. Fascinating. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yeah, so comparing it to the philosopher Sun Tzu, which is funny because I heard that Sun Tzu actually means old man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Old man chess, that's my favorite style.
Well, I heard, okay, don't take my word for it, but I heard that it's a collection of sayings and that it was just compiled and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Gemini there, though, revealing all the answers, because I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, strategic, it's very considered. Calculation, especially when Ding was a bit younger, like calculation was by far his kind of strongest suit. When he was Gukesh's age, he was just going, it was kind of power chess. It was just straight for the throat, attacking as well. I remember great games where Ding sacrificed queens, sacrificed pieces, checkmated his opponents. So it's kind of interesting to see this generational clash. Ding, he's a bit older. He prefers more positional play now. He's got great positional instincts, but still kind of, yeah, that calculation side doesn't leave him. The problematic thing here for Ding, though, is that one of his major strengths, calculation, is also by far Gukesh's kind of best trait, best quality. So if it comes to a calculation battle, I don't know how confident Ding's going to be.
And this is kind of the problem here, right? Because, you know, we talk about first round nerves, but the way that traditionally we advise how you can maximize those first round nerves, like make use of them, is basically you take your opponent into that jungle where 2 + 2 = 5 and they get lost, right? But you can't do that against Gukesh, as you mentioned. Yeah. Gukesh thrives in those complex positions. And Ding, his kind of forte to me these days is that he's great at building up advantages. That hasn't left him. But when it comes to his mindset, I was quite also impressed that Gemini chose a philosopher, because Ding is very known to quote philosophers, and he's the kind of person who just looks at the rain and draws inspiration from those little moments.
Yeah, he's quite poetic these days, and I think especially the last few years when he's kind of been climbing this chess mountain, he's ascended to the very top, and yeah, it's fascinating. I love the fact that his compatriot Wei Yi wrote a poem for him earlier this year, and there's a lot of philosophical thinkings there, but ultimately he does make a move. He brings his queen out to a5, and surely Gukesh is going to slow down. Surely Gukesh is now going to finally think.
Look, he's looking up. This is definitely a surprise. He's gone into recall mode, because I'm pretty sure that all of the moves that he contemplated are the queen coming out to b6, putting pressure on d4, or castling and taking the game into that direction. But queen a5, well, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, and I'll be fascinated to find out if that's been played before. Gukesh now looking off to his left, but his first instinct, he was looking off to his right, and from my experience that means the chess player has been surprised. Often if they look left, especially if they look up to the ceiling, that's when they're in recall mode. It's something they've seen before, something they're trying to kind of pull out of their memory bank. But when they look to the right, it means they're kind of in new territory and trying to look for inspiration. I think it's something to do with the sides of the brain. Again, not the best with the scientific side of things, but just to break down this last move from Ding, it is quite logical. There's now a pin along this diagonal, meaning that if a capture ever happens on d4, white will struggle to kind of maintain the pawn chain. The whole idea is to break this down. This is actually a very kind of trendy type of idea in all sorts of French defense positions these days, in the French advance and the Tarash, everything. So very logical. I'm wondering whether the king's going to move out of the way, get out of the pin. That would be the most ambitious move. Maybe not a great move, probably.
That was my instinct. Just to get out of dodge, right? Get out of the pin. But okay, well, now there is some harmony to Ding's position, because if you do make that king move, then black does have ideas of going a3.
Pawn to a3, trying to undermine the pawn on c3, which is now stared down by the black queen. Yeah, king on f2, then suddenly all of these ideas with f6 and black castling that we were looking at earlier makes a lot more sense. The f-file, the king will be a bit vulnerable there. So, okay, asking a question. I like it from a good kind of practical try here. Practical perspective, I think he needed to at least throw Gukesh off. You cannot play a whole game where your opponent replies within 3 seconds. I mean, it's just devastating, it's terrifying. So finally, I think Ding kind of picking up some momentum, stopping Gukesh's momentum at least.
Exactly, and just giving him some awkward questions, right? So put the king on f2, well then suddenly your king is vulnerable. If you step on with queen d2 breaking the pin, then you do always have to calculate what's going to happen after a3, maybe what's going to happen if there's a trade of pawns in the center. Decisions. And I like the fact that Ding is keeping his opponent guessing as to where he's going to go with the king. It could stay in the center.
Yeah, the center is closed, so both kings can theoretically just try and sit and kind of cling on to that kind of flexibility that they might kind of switch to either flank later. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Gukesh play pawns a3, because I mean, you keep mentioning that black can undermine the base of white's pawn chain here by pushing forward. That is quite scary, actually. So I wouldn't be surprised if he says, okay, I call your bluff, I'm going to push a3, lock that side of the board, and if need be, I'll capture in the center with a knight. But any trades that happen a bit later there mean that white pushing forward on the king side, it does feel a bit loose for the first time. So maybe he's 43 minutes down on the clock, Ding, but at least this last move, he's going to be feeling happy about it.
He is certainly going to be feeling happy because, I mean, if white is forced to going back to those ideas of having to capture with a piece on d4, well, black's piece has suddenly become a lot more active. The knight on d7 has a square to jump to on c5. Maybe it can even go further up the board to e4 and become a stronger value piece. And white has taken a lot of risks in going g4, f4, getting this massive pawn center. But the king is pretty unsafe on e1.
Jovanka, I've got to mention the camera as well. Gukesh, he hasn't fallen asleep. Ding might have been thinking a long time, but Gukesh, yeah, I'm sure he's focused. He's calculating simply, and this has become quite a common sight, especially at the top level, especially with the Indian players. It seems like something they all do. Vidit, Erigaisi, they all seem to meditate during their games, and really fascinating to see this. It's like the Queen's Gambit version of staring up at the ceiling, seeing the moves up there, but instead they're seeing it in their mind. And
well, it worked. It worked for the Indian team. We saw them arrive early in the Olympiad, and they were all meditating. And I do know that Gukesh is working with performance coach Paddy Upton. And we just see on the camera that Ding giving a look to Gukesh, just wondering what's happening there. But it's very useful, right? It's a way of controlling your emotions. And I did work with a performance coach, Benji Porto, and one of the things that he said to me, sometimes your mind is going crazy, and it's just coming at you with all these thoughts. You can't control that, but you can control your breathing.
True.
And if your breathing is stable, and if you're able to regulate that, the body has to behave. And so you can just bring yourself back to a normal, you can bring yourself back to your elements. But the question is remembering this advice and putting it in practice.
Yeah, easy to say, but difficult to do. And yeah, regulating emotion is just so essential at the top level of chess these days. We saw how emotional Ding was when he won the title last year, but more often than not, you need to be calm, especially in complicated positions. And this definitely counts as one of those. So it looks like we're in for a bit of a think. Gukesh likely to kind of try to at least find his bearings now after this last move. Maybe it's time for our first break.
I think it's the perfect time for the break whilst we're gearing up for a big moment for Gukesh as he takes a decision as to how he's going to be dealing with this pin. But don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we are going to be joined by a very special guest. She's a former women's world champion. She's the first world champion to emerge from China, Zijun, and she'll be joining us in the studio. So don't go anywhere.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you just cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Hello, and we are back with the FIDE World Championship 2024. And it is a great privilege to be joined in the studio by FIDE Vice President and also a former Women's World Champion, Ji Jun. Ji Jun, welcome. And how are you feeling right now?
Oh, I feel quite actually nervous about this tournament, about this match, because it's the first game. It reminds me a lot. When I was a player, play my World Championship, and the first game always tough because you don't know what will happen, you know? Yeah. So you're just sitting there like those two players. They're sitting there, you think they're thinking about the position. Actually, I think they prepared already all the things, but somehow they're sitting there I don't know what on their mind actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just maybe, well, did I feel well? I mean, did I miss something or whatever? You know, what should I play? My opponent prepared well, or is the track or whatever? You know, these kind of things. Yeah.
And were you feeling that on your very first World Championship match, which you played back in 1991 against Maya Chidibenete?
Yeah.
What was that like?
Well, actually, on that time, I was only 20, my very first World Championship. And for me, Maya was a kind of hero for me, you know, because before I never played her. And somehow I won step by step, become challenger. And suddenly, it's real. I got a chance to fight for the World Champion, you know. But somehow the first game, I also had black, you know. I was quite nervous, you know, all the cameras, videos, and, you know, you play chess. But somehow, okay, first game I made a draw.
You made a draw,
yeah. Normally for this World Championship, you know, for both players, whatever they look like, they're like, you know, calm, confidence, you know, a little bit shy, whatever. They all just, you know, nervous because you don't know what you prepared is right or wrong, and what is you will receive from your opponent as a gift, or maybe you just you don't know.
And talking about preparation, what were your preparations for the World Championship match like?
Well, luckily on that time we don't have these computer things. We don't have those AI, you know. You see those players, they prepared so well, everything, you know. On that time we had a book called Encyclopedia. Yeah, opening encyclopedia. And they also have this many chess books called Chess Informat. And with all these games for your opponent, not many actually. So you just follow the books in paper, you know, you just, you know, move all the pieces on the chessboard, trying to memorize something, but not like nowadays, you know, if you forgot, then you just move your mouse, right? Then you try to repeat again. But on that time, you know, it's quite long story.
Yeah.
Sometimes really you sit there, then you try to memorize all this circle, you know.
Yes.
Did I miss something, or you know what's a book mention about that? Now people they say what computer said, right?
And talking, did you have a team behind you? How many grand?
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think that's. I was so lucky. I got, you know, the nice trainers, also the captain. Also, I got my doctor. You know. Okay, on that time, everybody said, this girl from China, we know nothing about her. I think she's not favorite one. She might lose quickly, whatever, but okay, we just play. Step by step, we got this, you know. I can feel that I was improving, you know, during the match, getting better and better. Actually, if I was not wrong, after game 10, we get tie result 5-5. And on that time, the rule was I should win the match, not 16 games, not 8-8. If 8-8, the champion remain the title. So I should 8.5 or maybe 9. Yeah, I got. But when the score come to 5-5, I talked to my coach. I said, I won the match. Yeah, I said I won the match. Now, I couldn't forget, you know, my coach said, well, something wrong with her. But we should say, okay, we understand. You play better one, you are the better one, you will win the match. We do believe that. But I don't know why, you know, suddenly I realized, you know, everything's so, you know, on my way.
Yeah, you felt more confident.
Yeah, I feel that I found the you know, the kind of, there's something, you know, the confidence, whatever, I knew how to play, something like that. Yeah.
And you were world champion for many, many years. Did chess become more popular in China because
of course. Not because of me, because of this victory. Yeah, because, you know, the chess in China was not that long history. If I was not around, we sent the team to international tournament only 1978. So I got my first champion 1991, only after 13 years. You know, then you have a champion. You know, that's something unbelievable. But somehow in China, we got this. We call the brain games. Yeah, all this. You know, the Chinese chess very likely. But it's okay. The idea is similar. We also have Go. We call Wei Qi. It's also brain games. AlphaGo, right? Yeah, everybody knows that. So it's for Chinese. We like those games.
Yeah.
So chess is quite new, but somehow with some good result, people say, "Wow, that's most popular brain games in the worldwide." You know, so we should play. Then step by step, we won the women team, we won men team. Then last year, Ding won the men's individual.
And when talking about Ding, when he became world champion,
I was there.
You were there.
Yeah,
what was it like?
I was quite really. That's I had him when he went out. They sometimes they mentioned in the title for the news, you know, that's a hard waiting for 32 years. Yeah, so that's a kind of we say that the champion chain complete.
Yeah, that must have been so emotional. Wow, incredible moment. And did chess become even more popular in China? Because chess is a little bit of a mystery to us in the West. You know, we know that China is exceptional at the game, but we don't know how much they practice. We don't know anything.
Well, for Chinese players, you know, sometimes if you can play with the name as Team China, that already means you are someone. Because sometimes we said, okay, that's a little bit laughing. It's more difficult to play national championship than world championship. Well, sometimes you see especially women chess, you know. I remember my last world championship, 2000. Then the general secretary of my chess association, he was so proud because that's the first time ever 2 Chinese girls play the final.
Yeah.
Then everybody congratulated him, said, okay, you move your national championship here. Yeah. So later, actually, it's happened several times.
Yeah.
So for women chess, well, if you see some secrets, no secret, actually, we love chess. And, you know, they train, I don't think they train so hard, actually, not as before, as my time, because now they have computer.
For how long did you train on chess per day?
Well, on that time before, you know, we got this kind of a national team. Then the best players, they gathered together in the one place. We train together, morning, afternoon, sometimes evening. So it's about 7-8 hours a day, like former Soviet Union.
Right.
Yeah, we do a lot of, you know, other things physically. I mean, exercise, all this, you know.
Yeah.
And also, yeah.
And in the meantime, we've had a move from Gukesh after
Bishop G2, right?
Yeah, Bishop to G2. And what are your initial impressions of this opening? Ding playing the French defense and spending a lot of time.
Actually, I think so far so good they play, and it's under control for both players. Because I realized Ding after move 7, when before he played A5, he thought for a long time. He just, I think because the French defense actually is kind of new weapon for him for this match, right? So the white plays so fast. So he, as what I said, the first game, he might think, okay, what did I miss? Did I, you know, receive some bad present or this kind of things, you know? Then finally, I think he prepared for A5, but he has to, you know, brave enough to make this move. Then it's happened to here. So I think it's so under control, but somehow they trying to find some new moves, because for both players, I can see that they they don't, I mean, they didn't play that game before. They analyzed, they prepared, they knew some, how to go, the plan, whatever, but they never happened in the real games. Yeah.
Maybe like you mentioned, the first game nerves. As long as he can survive this position, he'll gain in confidence.
Yeah, but this is too complicated for first game. So it's a little bit out of control. I mean, the way they play. But
it's rare, right, to see such ambition from either player in a first game. Normally, it's very solid.
Really something, right? But somehow it's quite solid position, I think. Yeah. So it's hard to say.
And you must have seen a lot of Ding's games throughout the years. How comfortable do you think he will be feeling now he's survived the opening and it's very complex, but he's 30 minutes behind?
It's not so easy for him, I must say. Especially the first game, the new weapon, and everybody said he was not in the best mood, whatever, So the first game, he really want to play something, solid, normal chess, but he also want, to show something new.
Yeah.
So it's for him, I can understand why he need more time to think. Yeah, not only about chess, maybe, for their level, they not calculate what happened on the chessboard. They just think, okay, this, strategy, plan, these kind of things. Yeah.
Do any moves come to mind? Plans? I'm wondering here, I mean, White's about to castle, so I'm wondering whether it's time to play a3 or whether it's time to... One plan we mentioned earlier, b5, b4, just keep going. I guess, to try and bring the knight to c4.
Any of it, it's, the big decision. It can change the move to some direction. So they should be really careful. But somehow I think maybe one moment is a big exchange, all the pieces. Yeah.
Everything on d4.
Yeah, maybe d4, then just suddenly, some simplifies all this position.
Yeah. And
it's difficult to predict. Maybe f6, b5, castle, maybe b6, I don't know, knight b6, everything. Even maybe h5. Who knows?
Yeah. Sometimes too much choice is not good, right?
Too many, you cannot say any of them wrong moves. Yeah, it's normal. It looks normal. Yeah, just which way he chooses.
And what's the view inside China of Ding's chances? You mentioned that some people were thinking because of his recent form, he's not the favorite. But inside China, is there still belief that he's going to win again?
Well, actually, we don't do that so much to predict the match. We just trying to, the Chinese, we like to have this family feeling, because he's such a nice boy, and he was suffered a lot after he became world champion. Really, he didn't get used to the, suddenly he didn't feel so well. We can all understand that. So now he's getting better and better, and we can see that he really tried. And even he was not so, performance so not so good, we all can understand. That's why we all here to support him. And also, I think whatever the result is, not that we will not blame him. Let's say made mistake or whatever play, whatever, it's world championship. It's world championship between two players from the Asian countries. The biggest population, that's good for chess. Especially I love the place Singapore. Such a small country, right? But with the, Google sponsor the match, the government, and this beautiful country. So we can see that the even more bright future for chess in Asia. Now you can see that the chess comes to Asia, right?
Yeah.
Especially the Olympiad. You can see men, the women, top board.
Yes.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Really nice to see. And even in India, you mentioned China from until the time you became champion, not so many years have passed, sending an international team. And I believe India, their first world champion, their first grandmaster even was in 1988. And that was Anand, and only 20 years later, world champion.
I was so moved when I became world champion. Later, some of my friends taught me that during the time, Anand also played a tournament. And he was so happy. You know, normally the men and the men look women, you know, like, because they're better player. Then he said, we get a world champion. He used we, so Asian, you know. So, yeah, that's how this match, but okay, I'm Chinese, of course I can. I mean, you can see I want him to play better, but also I think the strongest one deserve the title. Yeah.
And it's good for chess. It's good for Asian chess, especially.
And such two nice boys, you know. Oh, he's much older than his opponent, but I think he's the younger one. Right? 14 years difference, but somehow.
Yeah. Everyone loves Ding, actually. Like, even his rivals at the top of world chess. I know Magnus has a lot of respect for him. Fabiano Caruana, same age as Ding, they grew up together, a lot of respect. Everyone,
really just now they want me to say something about Ding. I said, well, he's a nice boy. He loves sports. He likes reading. And he's single. Yeah, he's really nice boy and always quite gentle, you know, very nice, very warm, you know. He tried very best for to defend the title or defend the form, you know, to show. Yeah, he's really.
Yeah. And looking at him now, do you think that he's comfortable with the position? Just reading the body language.
Well, for the last 1.5 years, he always feels not so comfortable. I think when last year when he became world champion in Astana, I told him, I said, well, I want to share my experience with you. Once, the first time I got world champion title, after that, almost half a year, I didn't know who am I actually. Because suddenly, you know, before that you were just to play a match. Okay, you become a little bit well known, they mention your name. But then suddenly you become a hero, national hero, these kind of things. And all this kind of speech, all this kind of get, you know, comments, all the interview, taking pictures, you know, some, you know, commercial things, whatever.
Yeah. So does the average person in China know who Ding is?
Of course.
Of course,
yeah. But not like crazy, you know, wow, not that way. Because China now, we are quite strong in sports, all kind of sports. Not at my time. Especially on my time, it's also, that's the very first champion, world champion, the brain games. Yeah, before that, we always follow. So now we get used to that.
Yes.
It's nice to hear that, chess is on the radar and so many people know about Ding and
of course,
yeah.
And what would you say are the biggest changes from when you were playing actively to now? Do you watch chess now and feel like, does it give you the kind of inspiration to want to play, or does it look like a different game to you sometimes? Or?
Well, of course, I always want to play. Okay, I'm not playing for many years actually, kind of retired, but somehow I love chess. But as a world champion, you got some bad habit somehow. You know, once you saw, okay, you cannot improve yourself. You don't want to rely on your, you know, glory, you know, these kind of things. You want to do something maybe, okay, if you want to take a try. Right, so, but still, you know, it cannot stop you loving chess, loving this game.
Yeah.
Okay, when you're getting older and older, you realize that's a game, you know, those youngsters, they play blitz, they have computer, whatever. But still, you know, sometimes we can play some good game.
And talking about chess, and nowadays, are you involved in any projects with chess?
Of course, in China, we got this many project for the kids, let's say. Also, we got this youngster camp, and also we got the national team. Sometimes Well, I didn't like that so much, but to be honest, they treat me as, you know, the old generation. Am I that old, you know?
No.
Okay, but I like to enjoy the game, but somehow, you know, really, time flies fast.
Yeah.
My first World Championship already 33 years ago. Can't you believe that? That's too much.
I was 1 year old.
I was watching. I remember because, like you say, Maya Jibril was such a big name, and growing up, she was a legend. And then you came along, and suddenly it was like, wow, such an exciting player from a different country, and it was very, very fresh. And now, when I see like your journey, and now we have for the Women's World Championship Tan Zhongyi and Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun playing, it's just absolutely incredible how China has just kept getting better and better. And now we have, of course, Ding. We had another decisions actually whilst we were talking played on the board. So
they start the exchange on D4.
Yes, well, Ding went all the way with the A pawn. It's very Alpha Zero like.
AI inspiring Ding. And just to break down those last couple of moves, so we left it here. Ding did push A3, and I think as everyone knows, you shouldn't really try and kind of ruin your pawn structure too much. You do get rid of black's strong pawn here, but isolated pawns long term. So Gukesh blocks, and after a capture, the fact that Gukesh has paused makes me think that he's not going to automatically retake this pawn. Just for everyone at home, there's still a pin along this line. You cannot take with this knight because this c3 pawn would be undefended. I think taking with the bishop looks a bit wrong, anti-positional. After a capture in the center, white might be vulnerable on the dark squares. That makes me think either he'll take with a knight or he might push forward with b4. And I'm wondering if Ding's idea, I didn't spot it at first, but after a bit of time I realized maybe taking this check will force white to move the king, I think, because blocking with the bishop, you still need to move the king after a trade there. Knight to g3 is not possible because you lose this pawn. And yeah, maybe later.
Why not king d2?
Oh, nice. I didn't even think of that.
And this is something that Gukesh likes to do. He likes to play active chess with his king. He's
like Steinitz. Yeah, this is a better square, because I was going to say on f1 it might be vulnerable later if black castles and plays f6. The king is very. I like this move. Suddenly you defend everything.
Yeah, queen c2 gonna come next.
Queen c2. Later you can move your rook across and drop the king back. Castle.
Right, and the bishop on h4. It's in danger of getting sidelined.
Yeah, so maybe this is what we're about to see happen. But talking of first round nerves, it's a bit scary to put your king on d2 in the first game of a World Championship match, right?
Because it's the kind of move where either everyone is applauding you, or they're saying,
well, as long as the pawn structure in the center is quite blocked, it's okay. I can accept the king on d2.
Yeah, while it's blocked. Maybe it won't be blocked forever. That's
still, it's really...
It's a messy game, right?
Yeah.
Because you can see...
That's really too much for the game one.
Oh, wow. And I do wonder whether it's quite a typical idea playing b4, for example.
Taking away the c5 square, right?
Yeah, taking away the c5 square, but also meaning that you can take back with this knight on d4. For example, if the black queen moves, I'm not sure where, if she drops back, now you can take with this knight, and you don't allow any bishop h4 check. And if you can castle now as white, it looks really beautiful. Nice outpost in the center.
Is this perhaps the only way to get an advantage as white?
I'm not sure. If we go back to the game position, I mean, it's just complicated, right? I don't know if we can even talk about advantages for either side right now. It's just very imbalanced, the position.
Wow.
Gukesh I think he's thinking about the possibility of b4. Otherwise, I think he's forced to take back center with his knight.
Yeah, definitely calculation mode. And I like b4 actually, because I do feel like as white, you can't afford
gain more space.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to control every square possible, and I do want to capture with the e2 knight.
I guess the one downside to this is wherever black goes with the queen, I'm not sure which is the best square. There is an outpost on c4 for the black knight. So maybe that's one downside. Maybe that's... I didn't really want to put my queen on c7 because now I might get hit, but maybe it's okay. Maybe it's not the worst thing in the world, and the knight will come to c4. Black is still solid.
Still a fight, right?
Still a fight, yeah. I don't think we can kind of argue that either side is extremely happy right now. Yeah, very tense.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the position. Gukesh, thinking.
Also, one of the things that if you do capture on d4 with the knight, you could really just throw all caution to the wind with ideas like g5. I mean, I love the idea of going bishop h4, definitely first choice, but...
We'll combine them both.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe bishop h4 and the king d2, which I love.
Yeah.
White might be threatening g5 sometime to capture this bishop, but why not black? g5.
The knight f3?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Maybe I could
take on.
Take and then I'll...
Take it, okay.
Next move, I'll run away.
Yeah.
I don't know who's better. I think white would be a lot better if the king was on e1.
Oh, we have a decision.
b4.
b4.
Yeah.
Oh. Good move. That's a very good move. He blocks the diagonal, kicks back black queen.
So he won his e2 knight to d4. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, can you use your idea and drop the queen all the way back to d8?
Yeah. It's a choice.
And then you go, aha! I was thinking bishop h4 check.
Oh, I didn't even see that one.
But bishop h4, knight takes h4, and I've tricked myself.
Yeah, problem is white can now block and the queen defends the g4 pawn.
Yeah.
Well, this is much better for white.
Yeah, this is better for white, so I just kind of wanted to cover that check.
Yeah, the knight will come into a nice outpost. But yeah, maybe, I mean, this idea with knight to b6 so the queen doesn't get hit on the c7 square, still possible. Yeah, the problem for black in these positions, though, even if you get one good piece, sometimes it's not enough. Still, it looks beautiful, but still hard to know what to do next.
But now I can castle.
No, that's true.
Finally, I can castle.
Normally, as a defender, you just want that one good piece, right?
Yeah, I'm just scared white will play like rook e1 and then f5.
That's true.
So he played queen c7.
Played
queen c7, yeah.
That's the more natural square. Yeah, I was worried Ding didn't spot b4 maybe, but he replied quickly, so good news for him.
Yeah, knight.
Seeing some quick moves.
Yeah.
A lot of thinking early. The nerves, maybe, like you said, and now they're relaxing a bit and playing quicker.
But still a significant time difference because Ding under the hour, whereas Gukesh 1 hour and 31. And yeah, when you were playing chess, there was no increment. It was introduced around about 2000.
We used the classical, the clock, not even this electrical clock. So it's impossible increment.
Yeah, there is a beautiful video on YouTube where Sagar Shah from Chess Base India plays chess against Gukesh with an analog, with the clock like we used to play.
Don't even know how many seconds you have.
Gukesh doesn't understand what it is. His flag falls and he looks at it and he says, "What happens?"
Kids these days.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a different time where you had no idea how many seconds, you just had to guess how many minutes you had.
Yeah. So sometimes you need to leave some time actually, not in hurry. Just sometimes some chess players, they're good at, get into the time trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like me.
I remember when I played Alisa Galiamova. She was quite almost every game into time trouble. But somehow when she played this kind of blitz game, she can play
really well.
Perfect. So why should spend time to think?
Yeah.
Addicted to adrenaline and
so
And do young people in China, do they practice a lot of blitz?
Yeah, we have some blitz games, the tournament, especially for the youngsters. Just now we just finished one, I think they really play some good games. And, yeah.
Yeah.
So nowadays with this, all these things changed. So they play really fast. Sometimes just yeah. Before when I, as a young player, my coach always say you should not play that much these games. You should think. Yeah. But now, no, everything changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if it does come down to tie breaks and rapid chess, do you think Ding will become a favorite suddenly?
I think so. Yeah.
Because Gukesh doesn't play so much blitz. I think he's maybe the exception from the young generation. His results there at least haven't been so good.
Yeah, and Ding is an excellent player. He's got great instincts, and we saw that actually in the tie breaks last year against Dommaraju, how he was able to take very cold, rational decisions with not so much time left on the clock. There we do see.
It's good, no time to get nervous. You can't think about anything else, only the moves, right?
Yeah. Well, Ding can't get nervous. Still first round.
But now I think Ding is much better than the first hour, let's say. Yeah, first hour, especially the move 7. So he was so uncomfortable, because he realized his opponent already prepared this French defense. So should I put something new out or just play some solid thing? He struggled, maybe.
We are told, though, that the last time Ding did play the French was last year against Nepo, and he lost that game. So he hasn't touched it since. So 1.5 years, and then first time he plays it, his opponent is well prepared. That is scary. So it is understandable he spent a long time.
Yeah, also he always played this martial, yeah. That's too much also for the match, right? But I'm wondering, I think the match, one day they will go to Spanish opening. Yeah, one day. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm curious to see what approach both players bring to this match.
Yeah.
For Ding, last year he did something very unique where he just simply kept changing openings. And I'm curious to see whether Gukesh will also meet this approach with creativity, whether he will also vary.
What was your approach in your World Championship matches with the openings? Were you preparing very deeply? Were you trying to jump about and do lots of different things, or were you mainly just one repertoire?
Well, mainly just focusing on what we're good at. Otherwise, it's really difficult to prepare because you only have opening encyclopedia, also have few books, and you don't know what's happened outside those things. But now you have this base, so everything just. Also, they show me some games, computer player against computer. They say that's a game you should follow. I say that's computer against computer. But they say that's good quality with new idea, these kind of things. So everything changed. But still, that's good for those youngsters, young players. They can learn very fast, and they can, try different things. So I think nowadays all the players, they play differently. Just a different opening, just something new.
It's very rare nowadays to find someone who just plays the same opening every time. It's crazy, and even lower rated players are so strong in the opening. It's frustrating for everyone's so good.
It is a sign of today's modern chess. But Shijun, I would like to thank you so much for joining us here, sharing with us your analysis, your thoughts, your stories. It's been an absolute pleasure to listen to them. So thank you very much. And we are going to go on a very short break. But when we come back, of course, we're going to dive into all of the action of Game 1.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini, and this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
skin for skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care.
We are back with game one of the FIDE World Championship Match 2024. And so far we've seen nerves, surprises, and a very complicated game. Gukesh has the white pieces. Reigning world champion Ding Liren is playing black. There's been surprises all round. First, Ding surprised us with the French defense. Gukesh retaliated with another surprise, which caused Ding to actually go into the tank and come up with a rather unusual way of meeting this particular variation employed by Gukesh. And now we do have some moves, but in essence, it's a very complicated position. And Ding, perhaps, maybe not so much time on the clock to handle everything.
Yeah, we see there at the top of the board, we see Ding's clock. He's under 40 minutes. There's no increment, no added time after every move. So 39 minutes is pretty much how much he's going to get for the next 26 moves. We're only 14 moves in, and it's been a bit too slow. He's playing very natural moves. His last move, for example, here from Ding, bringing his knight forward, bringing it into a nice outpost. That was the move we were discussing, what was it, 20 minutes ago? And just not trusting his instincts yet. I do fear for him if he's not able to clarify the situation, simplify, maybe trade off some pieces, at least make his plan a bit more straightforward over the next dozen moves or so. Because as we were discussing in the break, Jovanka, I'm a time trouble addict myself. This is like watching one of my own games, and it can be painful. It's very stressful knowing that you're not just fighting your opponent, you're fighting the clock, and you're fighting a very complicated position.
Totally. I mean, the players are just setting the stage for what is to come. And Ding, with his last move, is indicating he just wants to get his knight to an outpost. That's where knights want to be. But Gukesh, on the other hand, is saying, well, okay, fine, you have one good piece, but one good piece does not make an excellent position. And so instead, he's just going to castle his king and then just develop his pieces, centralize the rooks, and go forth and try and attack with f5.
Yeah, if white can stabilize now, get safe, get organized, then eventually white is the one holding the pawn breaks. Normally, if your opponent holds the pawn breaks, it means you need to counter dynamically with pieces often. Maybe we play out a few moves on the board. Let's try and predict. Let's at least start with the most obvious, most natural moves. You mentioned castling.
Yes.
That's the first order of business, most likely.
And I'm expecting the knight to jump into c4 with tempo. We do like those tempo moves. And then the question is, do you keep the bishop on the board? My vibe is yes. Yeah. I like the bishop pair, so bishop to f2 was where I was thinking, because bishop is nice on c1, but it gets in the way of the rook on a1. So bishop f2, and say black castles.
Say black castles.
Queen e2. Yep. I just need to calculate what happens after all those knight trades, but nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong. I mean, if white can allow this trade and kind of establish a piece on this outpost, meaning it cannot be challenged by any black pawns, then I kind of see big danger in Ding's future. This rook is the only piece that's kind of still asleep for white. That's going to shuffle into the center, and at the right moment, you still need to prepare it, but you'll try and motor forward, f4 with that pawn, and it's hard to know what black's doing. Yes, there's one beautiful piece, but other than that, you're lacking a plan.
Totally, and white has that pawn on e5 that cuts the position in two for black. And for white, it's relatively elementary. Like, you have your f4, f5 idea. You also have ideas of going h4, h5, the alpha 0 plan, or the Harry attack, as we like to call it in the UK. And yeah, just gaining as much space as possible. For Ding, yeah, this is the issue. Everything carries a lot more risk. Like, for instance, if you were to go f6, you cannot undo a move like that. And so after pawn takes pawn, you have to assess what's going to happen. to the e5 square. I mean, is that going to be a source of strength for white?
Yeah, this is going to be a long-term weakness. I guess the one benefit is there is kind of a weak pawn. There's a loose pawn in white's camp. But if white's ever able to establish a piece on this outpost, that'll be full domination. And yeah, black has a backward pawn as well on the e6 square. Black has two pieces that are not really contributing right now. It does feel dynamically like this should be in white's favor. It's not over. It's not totally one-sided yet, but Ding, I think he would be reluctant to walk into this type of position. If we go back to the position Gukesh is thinking about right now, actually even before castling, so after knight to b6, what else could he be considering? We mentioned one other move, of going on the attack, hitting this queen. The queen only has one safe square. She needs to stay defending her knight on b6, so back to where she started the game. I don't really see how this changes things. That's the only issue for Gukesh. Maybe he's wondering, okay, I could have the extra move, knight to b5, but it's just a target. Bishop to d7 now indirectly attacking this knight. Now black's threatening to win a pawn and pick up the loose piece on b5. So he's going to have to kind of go into reverse here anyway. And then black's just gained, okay, two moves, but kind of lost half a move with dropping the queen back, gained developing his bishop. So I think this is a net positive for Ding. I don't really see why Gukesh is thinking right now. Could it be something more direct, something more mysterious?
Maybe he's thinking about lifting. He likes to play with a dynamic queen. This is one thing that he likes to do. So maybe he's thinking queen to
d3,
d3, b3. Let's try to go creative.
Let's go creative. The black knight will hop in, I think, autopilot next move.
Right, and then
Bishop
you have
drops
to go
back.
bishop to f2.
Yeah, and I don't know.
What is the queen doing on b3? I mean, she really wants to be in the center.
Unless you're going to castle queenside, which doesn't really feel too productive.
No.
Then, yeah, there's no reason to hesitate, I think, castling the other flank. And if you're going to castle anyway, then maybe keep the queen flexible. Maybe she wants to go to d3 instead of b3, or maybe she wants to go to e2. So, yeah, it's a bit surprising. I've got to say, Gukesh does have the luxury of time, though. So I'm not going to judge him when I haven't been judging Ding for these long things. But yeah, sooner or later, I think he's just going to castle and get on with it.
I have an idea. So castles kingside.
Okay.
And it's inspired by former women's world champion Ji Jun. She mentioned this move h5.
Ooh.
So maybe you try to kill the dynamism immediately.
Go for the king now. It's castle.
Exactly. So if you go g5, black is going to meet that with g6 and go blocked.
Blocked.
Good luck trying to win this one.
You shall not pass.
Exactly.
f5 locked down. And the problem is, yes, black hasn't castled, but if I take here, if you ever take, then I'm going to jump out the way with one of my knights at some point and attack this rook. I don't think it's an immediate problem, but
yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, hang on. Yeah.
Feels a bit loose.
yeah. That's being kind.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. And white's king is relatively safe with the bishop in front of it. So dynamically here, it's unclear who this favors. You know, I just like bishop c5 coming in.
Yeah.
To this beautiful outpost. Maybe the black king does just need to shuffle and it's fine. But yeah, it could be the type of thing that Gukesh is worried about. Maybe he doesn't want to allow h5 to kind of ruffle his feathers here and force a commitment.
Because there's a kind of standard idea that black has in these type of positions, you know, to try to either lock the position down or open up the H line for a piece. But okay, no, sure enough, castles.
On the board, and Ding instantly plays knight to c4, and as a fellow time travel addict, I've got to say that's how you start building momentum. You start playing the easy moves quickly, and you only worry about kind of these longer things when you know you have to calculate. And Ding's fast at that anyway. Normally the longest durations of thought, Jovanka, it tends to be when the players are just deciding on plans, where to put their pieces. It's actually the maneuvering that takes longer than the calculation of long variations for these very, very elite players. So yeah, I'm on the borderline between being very worried for Ding in terms of the clock, but also being kind of confident that he's going to make it. At least it's a stable pawn structure, like you said.
It is and a very quick response again from Gukesh, bishop to f2. very natural moves.
Yeah,
But this is crunch time though for Ding.
yeah, next few moves are critical. If he doesn't find a plan, then some of those autopilot moves we were showing just allowed white to build up. If white gets 1 or 2 more moves, queen to e2 and rook sliding behind it, then white is simply ready to break with f5. I like the bishop on f2 as well. It might slide over to g3 to support this pawn push in a couple of moves' time.
Yeah, and white is in no rush to break out with f4, f5 or h4 or whatever. You can just simply build the position. I really do like your idea of centralizing the pieces, involving everyone in the attack. But, I mean, can Ding try to do something right now?
Okay.
I mean, again, I can only ever see h5.
Yeah.
That's f6 is another Frenchy break, but
now the black king's still in the center, opening things up while it's sitting there. Or it feels
ugly.
Yeah, I've got the ick just thinking about that move. It just spidey sense of tingling, especially when one side has a safe king now.
Yeah,
that's Gukesh. The black king in the center does not want to see any open lines towards it.
Okay, so what about the most radical move of them all? Again, I'm just advocating this because we have the freedom of analyzing these things.
We do.
So g5.
I mean,
it really
no
is playing completely. I agree. It doesn't. It's no, okay.
I don't know. I don't hate it. I mean, I think it's more the fact that you have to part with your bishop, possibly your dark square bishop, in order to get this pawn.
Yeah, I'd much rather not do that. So.
And I mean, even if I build up now, we start seeing the black king doesn't really have anywhere safe to go in the center. No longer safe. Oh, sorry, not that move. The center's no longer safe, but at the same time, castling kingside looks a bit scary. Castling queenside looks like a dream.
Yeah. Okay. So g5 is in the air, but not right now because the knight is on f3. So we can rule that one out.
I like the idea though. How about if we take first, Jovanka?
Yes. Okay.
And now if knight takes,
now g5. Let's do it.
Because at least now, if takes, for example, you don't have to part with this bishop. You can safely take back and weak pawn. It's playable, maybe. Still a bit scary, but
it's very scary because the queen can get caught. So, like for instance, after queen takes pawn.
Okay, knight to b5. Or
Yeah, knight to b5. Yeah.
Queen takes pawn.
But then we have you're being saved by intermediate check. So bishop to d4 check. It's going to be met by bishop to e3 check.
Hoping to save myself here, check, and take this just to avoid the skewer. Still alive, but yeah, I mean, even rook to e1, and the black queen needs to protect c7, otherwise the white horsey is jumping in.
And then this queen takes d5 as well.
Oh, nice.
Ooh,
if I go back, boom.
Exactly.
And it's over along the e-file. So we do see a move instead from Ding. Probably a very sensible move, keeping his options open. Bishop g7. Kind of joked about castling queenside, but I could see it happening if later, not now, but if Gukesh goes all in on the king side. Does he have an idea if queen to e2, which we were kind of advocating?
Knight takes knight, and then knight. Bishop b5.
If the bishop takes now, which we showed earlier, now there might be some ideas on this diagonal. Whereas if the white knight takes, is now g5 maybe this idea?
It's more attractive now that you're taking on e5 with some tempo.
Yeah, taking with the queen this time, and if the queens come off, black actually has the more kind of harmonious pawn structure.
Definitely, the pawn on a3 is a godsend, and and as you pointed out, that triangle, the chain of f7, e6, and d5 is just superb.
Yeah, weak pawn on g5. Okay, I love it from Ding, this last move. Cost him a couple of minutes, which is fine, but he will have to speed up. What is it now? It's 24 moves in 36 minutes. Like 1.5 minutes per move. That's not a great average.
No.
Especially while literally all the pieces are on the board. Only one set of pawns have been traded.
Yeah.
But he's flexible. I love this last move.
Yeah, it keeps Gukesh guessing, right? He can't go all in to the attack. And he just keeps those ideas of going h5, f6. Because now f6, you can go the other way with the king.
Yeah.
The queen side.
Yeah, you're still kind of keeping options open, and I find that frustrating, especially in these kind of French positions, sometimes in the Caro-Kann structures where it's always very blocked. When the opponent just kind of says they're not going to castle, and eventually they do, and it's always on the flank that you least expect, or the opposite side that to the one you've been attacking.
Yeah.
What other moves could Gukesh play? It doesn't seem like there's anything too productive to do with any pawns right now. Queen, it must be a queen move, right?
Queen e2 is the most natural move.
Agreed.
Another move that I can see is h4. Just say, let's get greedy. Let's go h5 next move.
Gain space.
Exactly.
When in doubt. Yeah, I have no idea what black does. Let's say I take this knight again. Just like last time. h4's also cut out this g5 idea you were advocating. And if knight takes knight...
Yes.
Yeah, I want to just protect this square, stop the black bishop from landing.
It makes a lot of sense. The knight needs to be in the center. And your next move, you're going to go queen e2, rook a e1, bishop to g3. Gukesh is often very happy to advance the pawns in front of his king, as long as he anticipates that his king is in no immediate danger.
Yeah, you're right, actually. It's a very kind of modern player type of thing, advancing pawns in front of the king. I'm still really hesitant because I was brought up kind of thinking any pawn pushes in front of your king and your king is weak. But white's king is actually very safe behind its two bishops here. And the pawns might do a wrecking of the opponent's king instead.
Yeah, I mean, one of the advantages that he has with the pushing the pawns really far up the board is that you set yourself up for a very nice endgame or a checkmating attack.
True. That's what Magnus does, right? And Alpha Zero, what they do. They kind of put a pawn on a3 or sometimes h6 from the white side, and everything gets traded. It looks very attacking, but then they're just happy to trade off pieces and then promote this pawn later in the game. It's that simple.
It's also another idea that I never really thought about until I was watching a great video by Natasha Reagan and Matthew Ball on Gukesh, and they were saying that he likes to also restrict his opponent's king. And again, it's setting up for either a checkmating attack or the endgame.
Yeah.
Which really seems like at odds, right? Because in my day, it was you play for checkmate.
Or you play for
Or you play, exactly.
Yeah, that's how I still play chess.
Yeah.
But not these ambitious youngsters. And it's very concrete as well. I think on general terms, it is risky pushing pawns in front of your king. But if they don't see anything concretely wrong with it, kind of objectively, if there's no downside, then they're happy to take that risk and only deal with the consequences a bit later.
Yeah.
When it becomes a bit sharper. So, yeah, I mean, now moves like h5 make a bit more sense.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether this exact moment. I'm also seeing knight b2 gaining a bit of time against the queen in some positions. Maybe you can even line up rook c8, try to indirectly threaten this pawn.
Okay.
It's
Yeah. Then you'd have to meet that with rook c1, I think. Just again, another thing of modern day chess is to overprotect every single piece you have on the board.
Yeah, I like it. But even knight b2, I've got this way round to attack this pawn maybe later.
Yeah.
The queen is also coming into c4.
Oh wow.
I don't know. It's
brave.
It's not one-way traffic. That's the main thing for Ding. Gukesh has to pause, has to think. And if it becomes very positional, I think that's where Ding's strengths lie, and Gukesh maybe slightly less so.
Yeah, Ding is absolutely fabulous at just building up those advantages. You know, he's still, even though he's going through a tough time right now, it's still something that he's maintained.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you saw it in the Olympiad. You know, he was building up fantastic positions. It was just putting them away. That was the problem. But
that's the one fear for Ding. If he's low on time and he gets an advantage, converting it, turning it into a win or a full point is going to be difficult. But at this point, I think he's just happy to have got a very playable middle game. I don't think he's worse. I don't think there's any real disadvantage here. And it's just the clock. That's the only downside to what's happened in these first 2 hours for Ding.
Yeah, it certainly is an issue, but definitely a fighting position on the board, and that's what we really expected from these two. And yeah, What a location, right, to play chess, though.
Yeah.
At the World Resort in Sentosa. It's one of the nicest places I've ever been to in the world.
I remember I arrived a couple of days after you, Jovanka, and you sent me a text. You were like, "It's amazing. The hotel is amazing." And we were literally, we were privileged. We were watching this playing hall being built. And where the players are sitting right now, yeah, just a great atmosphere. And I think they've got everything they need. It's really, yeah, really luxurious, really modern, really nice place to play.
Totally. I mean, I was not like underplaying how amazing it is. It really is absolutely fantastic. And we are staying at the Resorts World Sentosa. We're playing here as well. And it's a premium lifestyle destination resort. And it's located on an island of Sentosa, of Singapore. And one of the things that struck me is how green it is. You know, the lifestyle here is just so luxurious and fabulous, full of history. And I was so excited when I found out that the World Championship match was going to be held in Singapore, because I felt like Singapore is one of the most vibrant places on the earth, and it's the perfect fusion, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally a city in a garden, city in a jungle. Singapore, there's a lot of green, and I mean, it isn't a small island, but they've packed a lot into it, and it's changed a lot since I was young. I spent a lot of time in Singapore in my youth. My mother, her side of the family are from here. I've got a lot of family. Shout out to my 39 cousins, or however many it is now. But yeah, I mean, it's just a really nice place. And actually, the last time I was on Sentosa was, I believe, when I was around 12 years old. I remember taking a little scooter. It's not an electronic one of the ones you have to really pedal, and racing my sister literally around the island. But since then, it's changed. It's now home to Universal Studios. It's home to water parks, everything.
I was going to say, if the players are feeling in a bad mood, or they need something to give them some energy, they can just pop down the road and visit the Universal Studios in Singapore. They can get inspiration from the aquarium, Dolphin Island, and so much more. Yeah, it really is a perfect place to have a chess match.
I know what I'm going to be doing on my rest days. That water park is waiting for me.
That was literally the first question you answered. What about the water parks? Are they open?
Yeah, and the food as well. I'm going to go on about that later in the tournament, but the food here is just incredible.
Yeah.
So yeah, the players, I think, very happy with the conditions from what we've heard from them so far in the press conference. And yeah, Singapore is nice. It's kind of nice neutral territory as well. It's this clash of the two Asian kind of giants here, these India, China, these two fantastic warriors. And yeah, it's nice to see Singapore which has kind of recently started booming. I mean, chess here itself, it's home to some very, very strong grandmasters. It's home to some prodigies. We saw Ashwath earlier with us making the first move for, or at least accompanying Ding into the playing hall, and an 8-year-old who beat a grandmaster. Singapore got some prodigies.
Definitely, and it's primarily thanks to the dedication of the Singaporean Chess Federation. You know, they've really made a concerted effort to help their juniors, to develop the game, to nurture the chess community here, and to host a World Championship match. It's absolutely amazing. And they were saying there's an international open that's running alongside this match. And I think they originally planned for 300 people to visit. Then it got expanded to 450. And then finally, I think there's 600 people that are going to be descending to play chess.
Yeah, some of my friends are going to be playing in that tournament. So yeah, it's going to be fantastic. It's a real festival of chess here. And yeah, I get emotional every time I talk about Singapore. So let's get back to the chess before I start taking everyone down memory lane and talking about my childhood.
Oh, feel free, because after Bishop D7, Gukesh has gone into the tank and is considering what to do. And we discussed the very natural Queen to E2, but what other moves? I mean, we looked at H4, Queen E2.
Yeah, I'm struggling. I mean, Rook C1 is a kind of, well, it's a prophylactic move, yeah. Just defending this pawn just in case, but it's not necessarily that useful. Also, in some of those variations, we mentioned this knight B2, and then if the black queen ever lands, she will be hitting her pawn on A2, which the white rook is currently defending. So I'm not sure that that's the type of prophylaxis you really want, where it's very kind of hypothetical right now. Okay, process of elimination. You cannot move this bishop because the black knight will land on e3. Cannot really push this pawn in the center yet, or at least it looks very risky to kind of sacrifice on e5. h4 we've mentioned, it's a nice move, but it's a bit of a luxury right now. Rook e1,
Rook e1, because you do really want to put your bishop on g3. Incidentally, I was attracted to bishop g3, even though I know that it does sacrifice some material, because I feel like maybe the players are, well, maybe some of us are impatient and just want to get in f5. And the reason why I didn't want to allow knight to e3 is not because of knight takes rook, incidentally. It's actually because of knight takes g4.
Oh, that's interesting, actually, because let's put that on the board. Like, this looks like a blunder, but it could be kind of framed as a sacrifice. And yeah, knight takes rook. It is material, but now white is very much ready to push this pawn forward. And that black knight was a bit of a monster. Was a bit of an octopus.
Yeah.
With its tentacles all over the position. Now it's been traded off for a rook that was pretty much sat in the corner. It makes some sense, Jovanka, but you're pointing out that actually this pawn can be gobbled up. And yeah, that does look like quite an important one. Especially if black gets one more move. If black gets g6 and stops white pushing forward with f5, then you've just kind of pocketed a pawn for free.
Incidentally, we did ask Gemini, what is the difference between a sacrifice and a blunder?
Ooh.
And yeah, you should listen to its response. So hopefully we can bring up that video.
Yeah.
What do you think it replied?
Oh, I'm fascinated. I mean, often my sacrifices, my blunders, I mean, I pretend they are sacrifices. I think the top players in the world do that. So I want to know. I want to highlight what the difference is.
I always call those blunders that actually turn to be really good. They're happy accidents.
A blunderface.
Yeah. And when I did law, they were very adamant that when it comes to committing a criminal offense, you have to have the actus reus, which is the act. When you study law, you learn a lot of Latin, and the mens rea, which is the intent. And sometimes for some crimes, you had to have both. But I suspect that Google will make that distinction in the mind.
Teach us, Gemini.
Yeah, Gemini. We'll bring it up shortly.
We asked Gemini, what is the difference between a sacrifice and a blunder? Here's Gemini's response. A sacrifice is a calculated move where a player intentionally gives up a piece to gain an advantage. A blunder is an unintentional mistake that results in a loss of material or even the game. The difference often hinges on whether the player foresaw the consequences, a calculated risk, or a careless mistake. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
So there we have it. A blunder is a careless mistake. And a sacrifice, a calculated risk. And yes, it is all in the mind.
It's all about the intention. But it's not a coincidence. The top players always get lucky. I don't know how they do it, Jovanka. Anytime these super GMs sacrifice something against me, it seems to work. It's never a blunder.
No, it is. I mean, we've seen situations in our commentary sessions where people have blundered a queen. And somehow it's worked.
Yeah. It's crazy. I guess it's instinct as well. Often the top players, they might make a move, especially under time pressure, without fully calculating the consequences, and it might lose material, or it might be something they hadn't foreseen, but somehow it tends to work out. So yeah, I'm hoping that the World Championship this year isn't a blunderfest, but there are guaranteed to be mistakes along the way. I think that's what makes chess so beautiful, right? Like, the most kind of viral moments are always ones where there's a mistake and someone can capitalize. Or it's a queen sacrifice, an unexpected move that they've seen kind of 10, 15 moves down the line, and nobody else has expected it. So yeah, the blunders, the sacrifices, those seem to just define exciting chess these days.
Absolutely. I mean, I've always said if you want to watch perfect chess, well, then you should watch the computers play each other, and there you can get god level chess. But it's not as exciting, right? Because usually no blunders, no psychology. Whereas when two humans play chess, you always get the kind of feeling that there is a story to be told. There's a mind game at the base level. There are moves that will intimidate, that pose problems on practical levels. And That's something that you see Gukesh struggling with. Well, not struggling, but he's dealing with it right now. Like, what move is going to cause the most practical problems for Ding? Like, does he take a very direct approach? Does he build up his position even further? He's constantly having to think about what the opponent is doing as well. And when two humans play each other, they sometimes forget these elements. Like, at times, I have been guilty of not considering what my opponent's plans are. And this is something that I have noticed grandmasters, they always think about what their opponent is thinking, and they always have like a verification. So they calculate, they verify, and then they decide.
Yeah, I think there's two kind of, not schools of thought, but just two ways that top grandmasters kind of structure their thinking. I mean, myself, I've become, well, I could say old man chess, I say it's a joke, but I've become much more positional with age, and that's because I'm always asking what my opponent wants to do first. That's always the first question, and that shapes how I want to plan, that shapes how I calculate, especially races between my plan versus my opponent's. But then there's also those who try to assert their will, their dominance over the opponent. They, like you said, they calculate first, they look at what they want to do, and only then they kind of trace back and verify, like you said. So
can you name names, like which style?
I don't know. I mean, the younger generation, they tend to be very kind of forceful with their plans. They make it work somehow, and often they do maybe make these small positional mistakes, forgetting about the opponent, but they're happy to compensate it with how dynamically and energetically they're playing. So I would say, I mean, none of the top players forget the opponents. That's the problem. But I would say there are those more positional players. I mean, players who like their safety, like Wesley So maybe, and others who often think about the opponent first. They reduce the risk, and sometimes that comes at the cost of playing aggressively, but also reduces the chance of losing, blundering, missing something. Yeah, Nakamura, I believe, is another one who's always thinking about the opponent first these days. He's thinking, how do I stabilize? And then how do I make the opponent uncomfortable?
And he's actually an example of when he first started, of initially being the first type of player where he wanted to play in a certain way.
Attack.
And then, exactly. And then he would verify and make sure it was okay. And now he's switched, and that brought him to the next level.
And Ding too. Yeah, I just remember Ding as a 14-year-old beating all these 2600 grandmasters in attacking style, and it was very high risk, but also very high reward. These days, less risk, maybe less reward, but he's always at least got positional kind of foundation to his decisions.
Right, and when you look at some of Ding's brilliances, like he played an immortal game against by Jinshi, and as black, where he sacrificed the queen. Amazing game.
Check
recommended.
It out,
Yes, absolutely. It seems at odds with a positional player.
Exactly, but the best players, they can do both, and actually the best positional players are often those who started tactically, and now they just use their superpowers in a different way. They use their tactical sense, like Ding, to spot what the opponent's doing, to see 3-4 moves into the future, and then remove all danger, and only then start accumulating small advantages, knowing that they're safe.
Okay.
Okay, let's...
You gave me an idea when you said remove all danger.
Okay.
Because, well, when I look at chess, and I'm just judging the position, I often say that you should be very possessive about your side of the board. I split the board in two, and I say, you know, up rows 1 to 4 belong to white, rows 8 to 5 belong to black. And one thing that I really try to drum into my students is that when your opponent deposits a piece on your side of the board, you kick it out.
Okay.
So can we use that logic and go knight d2?
So kick out this intruder.
Yeah, it's just said, I don't like you, out.
Oh, that's mean. What's this knight ever done to you, Jovanka, apart from just sit
Plenty.
on an outpost? Okay, I mean, I've got two options I can allow you to exchange.
Okay, can we do the mass trades?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
The other option is maybe to keep the knight on the board on another outpost, but I'm not sure what it's doing there. Okay, so let's go for the first option, trade everything.
Yeah, let's have a look at this one.
Okay.
Have I simply just initiated a drawing procedure?
Well, there's one thing I believe black shouldn't do, and that's castle now, because white is finally ready to motor forward.
Absolutely.
This bishop is a beast, defends and is possible to challenge, and it also will help later. Pawn to f6, and yeah, now the white rook protects this pawn. This is one-way traffic. But if black doesn't castle, f5's less attractive. Maybe h5, maybe your move now.
Yep.
And yeah, if white steps forward, I mean, you could also take, but maybe less attractive than earlier when there were knights on the board and it was a bit more tricky. But now g5, g6, and this is why you mentioned drawing procedure, right? Because
yeah,
very locked pawn structure.
Definitely. I mean, this is not how I would like to do it as white. In fact, it's quite risky. My idea was just basically to get h3 and just to say, yeah, I concede the h line, but a rook is not going to be triumphant against the might of the white army.
True.
So I was planning to meet rook h4 with like moves like bishop f3 and then king g2 and
across. Yeah, I do wonder though, like if black's bishop should definitely at some point try and stick to c4, replace that black knight. So still an intruder in your half. But yeah, I mean, not over. I do wonder whether black ever castles and then raise the rook.
And again, you feel like this is perhaps drawing territory because there are going to be some exchanges.
Yeah. So for example, if white swings the rook across, and I don't know, we see one set of exchanges. Could see this fizzling out. Although I would probably take the black side at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I've allowed white to infiltrate now, but at some point the black bishop will exert a lot of pressure and white's rook will be tied down. Yeah, knight d2 is interesting because it's kind of pros and cons for both sides. And I don't even think we need to look at knight b2 because black was probably just fine in the other variation.
Yeah.
Queen goes somewhere, not sure where. Say queen e2, and this knight's a bit stuck.
I was doing a lecture a few weeks ago on the differences between a knight and a bishop, and it was very interesting because a black knight, when it reaches the third row and it's protected by a pawn, is at its peak. It's not so good on the second row because it's overextended. It's literally just hitting at a very protected rank.
That's interesting because this is kind of what we call an octopus knight. Not quite. Normally we'd say that on the third rank, but it's on an outpost and it controls 8 squares, right? I'm getting carried away with arrows because Gukesh is thinking too long. But like you say, in that variation, the knight on b2, so it's on the second rank now, and it's less effective because it only controls 1, 2, 3, 4 squares.
Yeah, and the influence it's exerting on d1 is like, well,
what's the point?
What's the point? Exactly. But if you put a knight on d3 and you manage to anchor it with a pawn, then suddenly that knight is a real nuisance. And in fact, Jeremy Silman was calling it, I think, the Kraken. Or
yeah, this type of knight attacking everything now. Yeah, weaknesses all around. Yeah, this is really interesting actually. So there is a logical kind of mathematical basis behind these kind of instinctive decisions we would take, like trading off these knights rather than sidelining black's knight. Knights in the rim are dim, like for obvious reasons, but then this knight on b2 is actually, I've never thought about that. Fianchettoed knight is just bad.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about it either. And also that goes to why you don't want to put your knight on g3 or g6 as black, and that's because it can easily be dominated by a pawn.
Yeah, so often knights on g3 look pretty, but yeah, they can't go off kind of to this edge of the board. They can only control 6 squares maximum. Yeah, knight d2, I think that would be a safe option for Gukesh if he's feeling the heat. Actually, the time difference we were talking about,
it's whittling down.
Yeah, he was 30-40 minutes ahead. Now it's only 20.
Yeah.
Momentum ding, maybe.
Yes, it suggests some discomfort. Like Gukesh isn't quite certain of the way forward. But maybe we can revisit queen e2. What is causing Gukesh to hesitate?
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that he can't fully calculate. That's where he's really strong. It's more about feel here, where pieces belong and kind of theoretical stuff. Okay, we were, well, not writing off queen e2, but we were saying black should probably trade off now. Knight takes knight. If bishop takes, then there might be the issue of bishop b5 lining up on this diagonal. Not sure what the threat is.
There is no threat for the time being, but it's something that's going to annoy white.
Something a bit uncomfortable, and actually there could be ideas, for example, after queen d7 of threatening now knight b2 into that d3 square. Once you've broken the pin, could be very uncomfortable actually. So if instead we stop black from landing that bishop on a nice square,
it makes a lot of sense. Centralize the knights and then get ready with bishop to g3 or rook a to e1. we really want to get through.
Yeah, and
F5.
if black castles, I do believe that white might be quite quick there, like you said. If F5 lands, that's scary. But the other plan we mentioned earlier was knight B2, so attacking this pawn. But not just that. Actually, the main reason I want to play this is if the queens come off, I think black has an advantage even in an endgame, just due to this outpost, due to this backward pawn. C3. So queen C4 might be a bit annoying.
Yeah.
I know I just said knight on B2 is bad, but
no, but it has a purpose, right? You don't want to put your knight on B2 just for the sake of it, because it looks pretty, but
also it's coming around this way, maybe.
Yeah, there's a concrete reason.
Yeah, because the queen on E2 just looks so beautiful, but if she's going to get challenged on this square, that's potentially why Gukesh is hesitating from committing. Yeah, he definitely doesn't want the queens off. I think in endgames, unless it's something he can calculate through, Gukesh isn't a huge favorite. And especially this type of pawn structure where you've expanded, you've got the space with pawns on E5, on B4. You've kind of left a lot of weak squares behind. So pieces coming off the board will only accentuate that.
Yeah. And is Ding seated at the board?
We should mention we've got a fair play officer lurking behind Gukesh. That's not just an intruder in the playing hall. That's Grandmaster Alexander Kolovich.
Yeah, and for this match, we do see Ding seated at the board because last year I think the tension just got too much for him, and he had to remove himself and just sit in his lounge. The players do actually have their lounges where they can just relax.
Yeah, it was a bit surreal, I must admit, last year when we saw both Ding and Nepomniachtchi just kind of hiding as much as they could, being in the players' lounge, watching the games from a screen there, rather than sit at the board. I think both players really wanted it, just the tension was almost unbearable, so they wanted to escape. But Ding, mostly he's had the move this game, so he's been sitting there, but probably a conscious decision to kind of change that strategy. Yeah. And here we see, wow, some cool graphics about the proportion of time the players have been spending at and away from the board.
Okay, and there you see, Ding has been seated at the board all the time.
Wow, not even a bathroom break in 2.5 hours. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Gukesh away a little bit. 85% of the time at the board, though, that's, I think, very professional. Normally they do advise if you can take a breather, step away, get some distance, get some perspective.
And there you can actually see the players are actually seated on 2 different chairs. Now, that is not something that was done to the players. The players themselves chose their chairs. They had a choice of 7 chairs to choose from, and they sat in them all, and they said, well, this one is for me.
Yeah, and different players prefer different chairs, clearly. I must admit, I would find it weird being on a lower chair if my opponent had this high back like Gukesh does. It feels like a power move almost, but this is typical going back. I mean, I remember reading a lot about the Fischer-Spassky match. Fischer was quite specific about the type of chair he wanted, about the type of conditions, playing hall, desk, everything. And yeah, actually, when I was young, one of my most impressionable moments was when I saw Grandmaster Julian Hodgson, three to four time British champion, wheeling in his own chair to the playing hall. He literally brought it from home, and it caused a bit of a commotion.
I do remember because he lost his first game, right?
Yeah.
In the British Championships. I think it was in Scarborough.
Okay. He probably did it at several British Championships. I remember one at Millfield. He drew round 1, lost round 2. Then he brought his own chair and he pretty much won the rest of his games.
Yeah, and he had to wheel it down the playing hall. Yeah. Julian Hodgson, a very famous English grandmaster, one of the pioneers of playing the Trompovsky.
Yeah, very creative player, very attacking player. And great person too. But okay, in the meantime, yeah, we see the chairs. Ding, oh, I thought he was about to kind of commentator's curse, get up from the desk, from the board for the first time in the game. But he must be gaining in confidence for Jovanka. Gukesh is now 2 or 3 long thinks in a row.
This was one of the psychological elements to the match in general, that it didn't really matter so much the previous history, because ultimately it's the type of player who shows up on the day. And chess is a game of confidence. The more confident you get, the more risk you're willing to take. And this is definitely a good sign for Ding, because a lot of his errors that he's been making is primarily because he doesn't trust his calculation.
Yeah, it's often when Ding is being attacked and he feels uncomfortable and, like you said, doesn't trust himself, doesn't kind of find that tenacity, doesn't find that kind of enjoyment in defense, which you need at the top level. But yeah, the fact that he's stable now, he's not facing any immediate threats. He hasn't allowed Gukesh to really calculate anything. And yeah, Ding looking focused. It was really interesting hearing Ziyejun's kind of thoughts as well. Just game one is unique. It's just about the nerves. Half the time the players are just trying to calm themselves, barely even considering the moves. And so far it looks like Ding has needed a bit more time, but Gukesh now showing he's not infallible either.
No, and talking about the time difference, Gukesh really thinking, because he did have over an hour and now that's dropped down to 48 minutes. And suddenly the time difference isn't that great.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a time scramble. I think we can predict at this point, unless we see all of those exchanges and the position kind of locking up. There was one variation we showed where it might become a bit more dry, then the moves will become easier. But unless that one specific line happens, this is going to remain complicated and tense for a long time. And time scramble imminent.
Yes, and another thing about the rules here is that the players are not allowed to offer draws until past move 40, I think.
Good, I like that.
Yes.
Fighting chess and courage. I don't think it's in their nature either.
No, absolutely not. But I'm glad that that's happened, because this is the type of position where you make eye contact with your opponent and you go, draw. And they go, all right then.
Maybe you do, Jovanka. I don't know what you mean. This is where the game just gets started.
Oh, we have a move.
Ooh, and it's
Queen E2.
I'm shocked.
It's the most logical move.
Yeah, the move we predicted, I think, first. So that shows Ding earlier with this knight to b6 move. He spent a long time, even though it was the most natural. Gukesh this time thinking a long time and then playing the most natural move. That shows it's definitely some nerves, indecision, just the momentous occasion. Not necessarily getting to them, but at least forcing them to think twice.
Yeah. Double check their lines.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect moment for Ding to trade off a set of knights. Otherwise, he's just going to be a bit cramped. I think castling into the eye of the storm is a bit premature right now. This is the moment. Simplify your task, basically.
Yes. I mean, and he's done it, and he's done it very quickly as well. So knight takes knight. I really liked the idea that you mentioned, where you just simply trade knights, park the bishop on b5, and you have ideas of going knight to b2 at the right time, and just simply targeting white's weak points, just not giving white that free hand to attack.
Yeah, we also mentioned a very interesting idea. If white does try to prevent that bishop to b5 idea, kind of caging this kind of French bishop. I was going to say bad bishop. It's not that bad anymore. But there's also this kind of secondary concept of g5 you mentioned, which I'm not sure whether it's good or not, but either way, it's going to force Gukesh to burn a bit more time. This suddenly becomes very risky for black, but also white can no longer kind of bank on kind of safety anymore with these pawns being undermined.
Yeah.
At least I think Ding in form would definitely be tempted to play something like this, but Gukesh has to consider it at least, whether that's Ding's plan or not. Ding doesn't need to commit like that. He can play more positionally, as we were saying, knight to b2. And
Knight to b2, yes. Targeting. I love this idea of queen c4. When you're in danger, trade off the queens and the a3 pawn. That was so ambitious at the beginning. Suddenly the gamble has paid off, and it's a fantastic pawn to have in the endgame. And well, we're waiting for Gukesh to come back and make a decision as to which way to recapture the knight. In the meantime, let's enjoy a video interview with Tanvi and Ashwath, who were, of course, the very young guides who helped Gukesh and Ding appear at the board. So they spoke to Charlie's Van Zyl, and let's have a listen.
We are here with Singapore's best and brightest, Tanvi and Ashwath, who walked in with our players today. Kids, how was it?
It was great. We had fun. It was really fun.
And tell me, who did you walk in with?
I walked in with Gukesh and I walked in with Ding.
And who are you rooting for in this tournament?
I'm rooting for Gukesh. I'm rooting for Gukesh because he's from India and I'm also from India.
How is it being in the fishbowl where the players are playing? It's a very exclusive space that not a lot of people get to enter.
Yeah, it was great. Like, we learned that there's a glass which is only one side can see through. So it was very cool, and I also learned that it was soundproof. It was really fun and nice going to go inside.
And Tanvi, you've won gold and silver medals in all the formats, right? Rapid, classical, blitz. The World Championship match is a very long one with a long time control. What do you think about it?
I think that to play the World Championship, it requires a lot of patience and steadiness.
And Ashwath, you've beaten a Grandmaster before. You have been the record for the youngest to beat a Grandmaster. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I knew if I beat it, I would become the youngest to beat the GM. So I went in thinking I could win, and then he offered a draw, and I didn't accept it because I was winning, and then I won the game.
Well, that's a great mentality to have. I bet our world champions can also learn a little bit from that. And tell me, kids, what do you love the most about chess?
I just love chess. I like the tactics. I like the strategy. It's a really fun game because it's a mind game, and I love to play it. I love it because it's a brain teaser and it's very complicated, and I like complex and challenges.
Well, you're only 9 years old. You have such a bright future ahead of you, and enjoy the rest of the championship.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, so such a nice interview. Tactics and fun games. I also quite like the part about mirrored glass.
Yeah.
You cannot see. You really cannot see the audience.
You were in there yesterday, right?
I did sneak in yesterday because I wanted to take pictures, and yeah, I went in there and I was like, but of course
I was trying to wave to you from the outside.
I can't see, where the camera is, so it's absolutely incredible, and it's so quiet as well, very secluded. Really, a lot of thought has gone into the playing venue.
Yeah, and shout out to Ashwath. Shout out to both of them, Tanvi as well, but Ashwath took my record for the youngest player ever to defeat a Grandmaster in a tournament game. And I mean, I'm so glad it went to a Singaporean player, but he's destined for the top. Both of them are. Really nice to see Singapore kind of support their young players. Prodigies, team mascots today for the two players, but prodigies definitely in the making. And Ding, is he about to leave the board for the first time? No. It looked like he was about to get up, but then something inside him told him, no, that's your strategy. You cannot leave the board this match. Definitely a conscious decision. And okay.
It's not his move.
It's not his move. But Gukesh has been away a long time. Ding actually moved before we went to that interview. And Gukesh has been away from the board the whole time. So maybe in the bathroom, maybe in the kind of the players' room, just kind of composing himself, gathering some thoughts. But the time advantage is really withered away. It's only 6-7 minutes now between the two players. This one, I think, is turning. I would actually pick black, Jovanka. I don't know about you.
Well, I like my space advantage. So for the time being, I would optically pick white.
Okay, that's good. We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see who's vindicated.
Even though I really do like your plan of knight b2. If knight takes knight, knight b2, queen c4, that is really speaking to me. But it's a position where you feel like maybe even bishop takes knight could be a possibility, then somehow hold the queen side together.
He takes with the knight.
It takes with the knight. Okay, this was what we were looking at, and here we were just looking at the move knight to b2, which is a little bit going against the rules here a little bit, because the knight goes to b2, which is overextending itself. But there is a point. Queen takes c3 is the immediate threat, and queen c4 is the positional threat. If you can get rid of the queens and take the game into an endgame, then black will be better.
Yeah, it is that simple. For example, now to defend this pawn, if white were to kind of play a kind of natural automatic move, then I really fear for Gukesh long term. The queen will land on Sorry, mouse slip. I promise that wasn't my blunder. We were talking earlier about the difference between blunders and sacrifices. That was not my plan. But queen c4, now if the queens do come off, which I think they might need to do, this pawn now suddenly hanging in the corner, then yeah, actually black could even, okay, maybe not here, contemplate taking the pawn, but black can just take with the knight. This knight is never going to be removed. Black can castle safely anytime now, and rook on the c-file, there will be targets. White has no attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just one-way traffic. This is the type of position I think Ding would actually convert and most likely win. So that's why I like this knight b2 move. Maybe white just defends it with the queen instead. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So if you go rook c8, you try to pile on the pressure.
Yeah, this is clever. Now rook c1, and again the queen comes into c4.
Yeah, but okay, say you say the pawn on a2 is an irrelevance. You're at risk of getting the queen in Siberia, so let's just go.
Go for gold, and I don't really want to take this pawn, but I'm going to let you show me.
I had no...
You mate me.
Well, okay, f takes c6.
Oh, okay. I'm coming with rook f8.
So...
I'm still terrified.
Oh, hang on a second. Can I?
Back one.
Yes. Can I go bishop out to h4?
Oh wow. Sacrifice.
No.
And if I...
Yeah, so this was f takes c6 was my idea.
And you want to give a check?
Yeah, I wanted to give it, yeah, but oh, you sit with the king.
It's still complicated, but it is a piece. Maybe you don't need to sacrifice in that position. Maybe you just move the bishop.
Yeah.
Somewhere, don't know.
Or maybe bishop e.
Maybe the other way. Yeah, maybe
bishop e3.
To come in with f6 or f takes. I mean, this is terrifying. I do not want to be Ding right now getting attacked. This is the difference between keeping the queens on and getting the queens off, right? Because suddenly white is the one attacking.
Could you also, I mean, in this type of position, you also have to think of like knight takes e6 as well.
Oof, yeah, big sacrifices and blow open the center. I mean, another thing that just caught my eye, maybe in this position, is f6, and if I take now your bishop h4, or I don't know, maybe I take an f6, but off. I don't know. It's complicated.
Yeah.
Either way.
Oh, it looks scary.
Yeah. This queen, I always say, you know, if the king and queen are divorced like this, it's bound to end in disaster, bound to end in checkmate, but Gukesh would still have to prove it. Knight b2 played, meanwhile, by Ding, so...
Wow.
Yeah, he's a man with a plan. He's been playing very quickly. I've got to say, Ding's last 5 moves or so, he's only spent a few minutes on them, whereas Gukesh has spent 50 minutes, pretty much.
And but we do have an instant response. Queen to e3.
Queen to e3. Okay, so similar to the one we were discussing, but defending the pawn across the board like this.
Okay, but it doesn't... Yeah, it supports f5. So, okay, let's go rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8 would be my go-to as well. I think Ding was fighting the edge to play it immediately. Sort of ask an awkward question.
And, well, I do feel you have to go rook c.
Which one?
Rook c. Well, let's play in the most aggressive way. I feel like...
This one is just passive because this rook is stuck in the corner for a long time.
Right.
So I agree. That's last resort and not Gukesh's style.
Yeah.
So,
and also, we have the freedom of...
Making mistakes.
Making mistakes, taking them back, consulting the computer.
There will be a lot of those moments of the mistakes.
Yeah.
We'll pretend it's instructive.
Yes, exactly. So queen to... Okay, let's go in.
In, like that.
Queen c4.
Yeah. And does white attack again? Oof.
Yeah. Well, if it doesn't work, we can always take it back.
I guess it's hard to defend that pawn now on a2, suddenly.
Well, you could go knight b3.
Oh, true. Feels wrong.
It feels awful, doesn't it?
Octopus. Finally, the knight. I'm going to win something.
Yeah.
I'm going to trade something.
Yes.
Yeah, for a moment I thought, oh, whoops, this is clumsy, but the black queen can still just move, and this knight is doing all the damage. I also like queen c4 because even if f5 were to happen, at the very least, I would be tempted to take... He's played rooks to c8, by the way, so we're headed in this direction, but I would be tempted to just take the queens off, partly because I hate calculation these days, which is Gukesh's and Ding's kind of forte, but if the queens come off, then white has no attack, very one-sided positional battle.
Exactly, and you've neutralized Ding, and Ding is, sorry, not Ding, Gukesh. Gukesh is just unbelievable with the initiative. So, yeah, I completely approve of getting rid of the queens.
And if white tries to keep the queens on, I don't know if you can keep chasing, but yeah, if the black queen moves, there's always ideas of knight back to d3. I mean, you could even drop back and just say, I'm going to come and fork you, so you've got to repeat the position. But maybe there's even better for black. But let's go back to the game. To c8. I wonder if there's anything else. This just looks so kind of pleasant for black now.
Yes.
Ding's moves are so straightforward.
I have an idea, but you might frown.
I'll never frown, Jovanka.
Bishop e1.
Okay, I'm not frowning.
I would frown.
No, I mean, I'd rather make a bishop passive than a rook passive. Does that make sense?
Right. And okay, so my idea is if you go queen c4, f4, f5.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm scared because your rook is open. Now I'm much more scared.
Yeah.
And also I'm not attacking this pawn, and queen to d3, you'll just move, I guess.
Yeah, I will move to queen to f4.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you'll move. No, but you can't. If you move away, f takes e6 is very scary.
Yeah, this is just scary in general suddenly. Bishop to e1. I didn't have that on my radar, I must admit. It's very clever. Go back. So bishop to e1.
I'm being complimented by our producers. Bishop e1, the stockfish move.
Oh, nice. Where's the fair play team?
It looks like a bad move, so I was a little bit hesitant about suggesting such a thing. But bishop to e1.
Yeah, but it is about stabilizing. We said that for Ding earlier. He just needs to stabilize and not get attacked, not get hit by f5. And now for Gukesh, if he can stabilize the queen side, not lose any pawns over here, and keep the queens on, that's kind of priority number one. Then if he gets f5, it's going to totally switch again, and Ding's going to be the one under fire. So I love your move.
But what? Okay, bishop e1. I'm still, even though it has the computer approval, I'm still a little bit on the fence. So what happens if black just goes g6? Says, oh, you know, I don't care. I'm now going to be preparing h5. You lock the position down. Fine.
Okay. You said you don't care, so let's pretend I don't care, which I.
Yeah, this is Gukesh's style, so absolutely, let's test this.
Okay.
Now I care.
I mean, it's unclear. I'm assuming you'll take.
Yeah.
But it's unclear whether opening the g file is a good thing for black or not. Feels like the king side is white's domain.
Actually, the white king is pretty safe.
Yeah, it will be very safe on h1.
Because black can't go pawn takes f5 because the bishop comes alive and pounces on d5.
Yeah.
And that's
all sorts
just
of takes or e6. Or takes or
It is just a disaster. So you don't want to be doing that.
Yeah, this looks horrible for black suddenly.
So let's rewind quickly.
Let's rewind. But then if not taking this pawn, then
if you go rook to g8,
rook to g8,
then you've got ideas of f6.
Yeah, f6. Black goes back, and suddenly, I mean, I have no idea who's better, Jovanka.
Yeah, maybe not f6. Sorry, f takes e6.
F6, yeah.
Let's open lines.
Go for the king. Go for the king. And if maybe bishop takes, but let's say I take with the pawn just to be consistent.
And yeah, what next?
I mean, I want to line up. I'm not sure where I put the queen, but I want the queen to come in.
Yes, you need to keep an eye on e5.
But Jovanka, we mentioned that Stockfish did prefer bishop to e1. He's actually played rook c1 instead.
Oh.
So maybe the more natural move, but not the better move. This does look inferior because queen to c4 is coming. And with gain of time, potentially, also with ideas of forcing those queens off. Ding looking down, but...
Yep, the queen quickly
instantly
finds itself on c4, attacking a2. Okay, now we have to run through all the lines.
Gukesh is, I think he's at that point, he might need to go all in. I think he might need to just forget this pawn. You mentioned running through all the lines, but how many lines are there for him?
Just
f5. I mean, it's not just queen takes a2, but I mean, if I get time, I would love to just trade off those queens.
Exactly, so you can't allow that.
Gukesh.
Okay, so f5. Let's do it.
It's very much his style.
Okay, so next question is queen to d3.
Okay, and I don't want the queens off. I don't like the look of dropping back. Retreat here does not seem nice. I mean, bishop g5 as well.
No, yeah, white's position is geared up to attack the king.
Queen's trapped actually. But yeah, it's also geared up to attack. So let's go forward. So queen f4 instead.
Yep, and now you're not actually threatening anything other than. So if I wanted to, I could go queen c4.
Exactly. And queen back to e3. Handshake. Very solid game 1 draw for both players.
Yeah.
As all world championships begin. I mean, I'm joking for anyone at home.
Yeah, nothing much in it. Yeah,
nothing happened this game. Solid.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, but does black everything have anything else? I mean, if only the pawn were on h6, then bishop g5 would win. But I don't know if there's time for that.
Okay, do you have time to go g6?
g6.
I mean, does it do anything?
If you're going to say g6, maybe you go g5.
Oh, hang on a second. Let's be greedy.
Okay.
Let's show why you can't go rook takes c3.
Ooh, good question. I didn't even spot that was hanging. Whoops.
It took me a while to see that one as well.
Yeah, I was so obsessed with that knight fork on d3 that agreed. I mean, this shows actually Gukesh, he's gambling. He's sacrificing if he goes f5 right now. And actually on the camera, we can see his chair is vibrating. He's got the kind of rocking legs. Shows a bit of nerves, the adrenaline kicking in. I'm also trying to buy myself time to figure out why black can't play this. I assume there'll be a trade. And now the question is, does white take? Does white play f6?
Yeah, so if you take...
Yeah, take back.
And bishop e1. Hey, I got it in.
How do you keep seeing this bishop e1 move? Yeah, that's double attack, right? Not only attacking the queen, but...
Although the king is pretty safe on d8.
Yeah, the
so
queen is safe.
You could go queen to c4, d3.
Oh, the e6 pawn is falling.
Oh, yeah.
And this is with a check. And suddenly, like you said, the white bishop coming to life.
Yeah, no, this is
maybe
not...
queen c8.
Yeah, okay, queen...
It's ugly, but you defend this pawn.
And
Queen
then...
check. And take this pawn. The rook moves, and the black king looks like it's about to be checkmated, but it's actually very safe.
It has a lot of people surrounding it, so...
This is crazy.
Yeah, then you have rook c7. So rook f7, sorry.
Yeah.
But then the queen will, you know, she's done
her defensive work.
Exactly, now she can come into c1.
Again, no idea who's
very messy position.
Yeah. All endgames just seem to favor black, though, so it does feel like Gukesh needs to checkmate or at least get some action going in the next few moves. And also, we should mention, first time in this World Championship, first time in this game, Gukesh is behind on the clock.
Wow.
Momentum Ding. Ding's played nearly every move in the last half dozen just instantly. I think bishop to d7 was the last time he really thought for more than a minute or two. And it's been a lot of time since that.
Yeah. It was... Yeah, I must admit, I was concerned when Ding used up so much time in the opening to come up with a5, a4. And then things were brewing up very nicely for Gukesh to begin a kingside attack. But Ding finding all the ways to keep the position massively complicated, just to keep increasing the risk for Gukesh. And now, now f5. Gukesh is going all in.
He's going for it. This is what we love to see. Gukesh, great move, brave move. Did cost him a bit of time though, and at least he now has a clear plan. And yeah, he's going to go for checkmate. He's going to go for the black king. Yeah, I was going to say it's the time trouble kind of addict's manual. You spend a long time in the opening, and then middle game, that's where you pick up the pace and you get into a rhythm finally. And your opponent, they're the ones who suddenly are in this unfamiliar terrain where they have to start thinking. But I mean, Ding can't keep the momentum now of playing instantly because Gukesh is muddying these waters.
Yes. That's what I was saying to you, David, that when I've observed your games, it always, like Long Think, plays pitch perfect in time trouble, gets an advantage, move 41, grinds out a win.
Wow, and
okay, queen
d3. We're predicting everything.
Absolutely.
We're predicting everything. Queen's off the board, and Ding has the advantage. It's as simple as that. Gukesh looks determined. I think we came to the conclusion that at least in practical terms, queen f4 is the best.
Absolutely. I mean, if you get your move order wrong, for instance, and you go f takes e6, black will simply recapture with the pawn.
Yep.
And now you can't go queen to f4 because, whoa, we have rook f8.
Yeah, rook f8, and Gukesh meets his fate.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is definitely not a good sign. And also, I just want to show before we break down the current position, Ding, great self-control to avoid the greed. He could have actually played a move we did briefly investigate earlier. Queen takes a2, which is very greedy, but the queen's so offside. And yeah, we were discussing here whether to take, whether to push forward, but I was just kind of trying to analyze, and I think after a capture here, black has two ways to go, basically. You can move the bishop, but you might walk into knight to f5, and due to this pin, due to a hit on the bishop, it looks like white has a huge attack. Or you can take this pawn, but that doesn't really lead to safety. I'm not sure what direction to go, but even just moving the bishop out the way, there's going to be a huge attack along the f and e lines. And black's queen just a bystander. I don't think you even calculate here. You just kind of sense that white has a huge attack, and it's not worth the material, it's not worth the pawns.
Yeah, absolutely. The queen is far away from the action. So queen to d3, fantastic move. And maybe Gukesh didn't anticipate queen to d3, because often when you're in calculation mode, you're only calculating those captures, the most forcing lines.
Yeah. And Gukesh, if he's forced to defend a very kind of positional, very strategic endgame, firstly, he's not in his comfort zone. That's not where he thrives, although he is decent at that, of course, world-class player. But I mean, it's not just that, it's Ding. That's where Ding kind of has his chances. I think if you dreamed of any match strategy as Ding before this, you would say, okay, as black, I just want stability, maybe an ability to kind of just bore Gukesh to death even. And Gukesh already has these weaknesses. Queen's off the board.
Yeah.
c3, c4 square in front of it. Yeah, I just love what Gukesh has been doing. Oh, sorry, getting confused. Ding. What Ding's been doing. I love what both have been doing. I love Gukesh's approach, the attacking approach, but maybe slightly backfiring. Okay, but we haven't found.
Okay, so yeah,
knockout.
No, we haven't. So queen to f4. We looked at rook takes c3. That was
playable.
Playable, but you are on the brink a little bit, and not everyone likes to dice with death. So maybe we'll stay for some. We'll look at something else. So what could black do?
Jovanka, you mentioned g6 as a way to stabilize.
Yeah.
But then white would have options to push forward, to take, and plenty of options. But what if you force it? What if you play g5? Because the white queen is actually trapped in terms of avoiding a queen exchange. She has nowhere to go. So if white is forced to play en passant, then I guess you get what you wanted with your g6 move. Now there's a threat of g5. Now this rook is opened.
So now the bishop needs to move away.
If the white bishop moves away, then at the very least, I mean, firstly you could castle, but at the very least you can defend with the rook. This pawn and...
Oh!
Wow, he goes back. He doesn't even play queen to f4. Maybe he's scared of this one that we were just showing. Queen to e1 instead. Counterintuitive.
We were really blasé here because we just looked at bishop to g5 and said, haha, the queen is trapped.
Wow. I mean...
That was unexpected.
This rook is hit, and bishop to d2 is a threat. I mean, I guess the e2 square is available for the white queen, but maybe
rook c2.
Yeah, only move rook c2.
Okay.
This is scary. I was looking at bishop a4, and but I guess white would start counterattacking there. This looks, I've got to say, terrible for Gukesh though.
Yeah, but if he can get away with it. If sometimes you have these positions where one side is awkwardly placed, shall we say, for a few moves, but then you start the pushback and then suddenly you find yourself poised for action again. So say, for instance, you can dislodge this queen from d3, then you can see that white still has those elements of the attack. You still can go h4, you can still go f6, f takes e6. So it doesn't... But for instance, as black in this particular position, you can't go e takes f5 because e6.
Yeah, let's show that. Boom. And suddenly the white queen looks like genius, keeping her kind of parked on the e1 square.
Yeah.
And yeah, this one we don't even really need to dig too deep. The consequences are just fatal for the black king.
Yeah. So that's not going to be played. So what else could castles now that the bishop is out on g5, but still you have to calculate what's going to happen after h4.
Yeah, after h4. I wonder whether you just go full invasion mode, Jovanka. Earlier you mentioned being protective over your half of the board.
Yeah.
I mean, the black knight is here to stay in your half. The black queen can't be kicked. The black bishop. Ding's actually played bishop g5 as well, so we're 2 moves away from this. And Gukesh's next move is forced, right? Rook is attacked, no safe square other than c2 if you want to keep the c3 pawn intact.
You have to hold on to the c3 pawn, as you mentioned. So yeah, there's no counterattacks. There's no funny business. I mean, hang on a second. There is rook c2. There is one sacrifice that's like lurking in the air, and that's like bishop takes d5, e6,
takes d5. But if black castles, as you suggested earlier,
then there is no sacrifice.
I mean, the queen is no longer staring down the black king. I don't really see a next move for white. Like h4, fine, but the bishop creeps in. And how do you evict any of these 3 pieces?
I can evict the queen.
How?
Okay, it's going to take a long time, but I can go bishop f3.
Bishop f3.
Yeah.
Say, I mean, even if I do nothing here, I mean, again, I'm very tempted to try and chase your rook, but let's say I do nothing and they're like rook c7.
I'm very worried if you chase my rook. I didn't have a response to that.
But even if I do nothing, like, what's your next
King
move?
g2.
Oh, wow, king g2. Okay, let's say I double up the rooks.
And now you're going to meet bishop e2 with... Yeah. I'm not happy with the way things are going.
I mean, I don't think Gukesh is happy with the way things are going.
No, okay. That was just clumsy what I did. Okay,
no, but it's not you, Jovanka. I think actually Gukesh's last few moves have been clumsy. Queen e1 especially, that looks like you're kind of admitting that you're suffering. Queen f4, at least it was complicated. It was maybe you have an attack going later.
Yeah, so... Okay, are there any ways that maybe Gukesh could sacrifice the rook and just keep some momentum going? So, I mean, that's the first kind of question. I don't see anything.
Ding looks excited. The body language, he's getting a bit fidgety, and he's been quite stoic for the last few moves, last hour or so.
No, rook c2 played. It was the only move.
Only move for now, but what's the next move? What is Gukesh's next move?
Yeah.
And rook c4 from Ding instantly. This is really powerful.
Yeah. Rook takes d4 being the threat.
Yeah, he's eliminating this knight in order to get to the rook, which would then be undefended. Every move coming with a threat now from Ding. First threatening to trade off queens, then threatening to kind of gobble up that white rook on c1, now threatening to take this knight. That's literally what we call the initiative, the momentum in chess.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, this is simple but powerful stuff. So Gukesh, either he has to go on the counter attack and just roll the dice and hope, or he has to repair his position somewhat, keep everything held together. Now, first, let's try the first approach. Can you do pawn takes e6?
Yeah, and I will take back. I feel bad asking you to kind of try and predict White's moves, so guess White's moves, Jovanka, because I think White's in trouble. Now you've already opened up the F.
I've literally helped you. So I mean, there's no bishop takes d5s in the air. There's nothing of the sort. There's no coordination whatsoever for the white pieces. Okay, so you can't go into that mode. So f takes e6 is incorrect. So now is the only move queen to b1. Queen to b1. Okay, I have the threat of rook takes knight.
Oh, that's tricky. That's very tricky. So you're threatening to take this knight now, and then the tension between the queens would mean that white wins a piece. Let's show that, like castles. Whoops. Blunder, and the queen undefended. If she takes this queen, the white rook saves itself, and you've won a piece in the process. The problem is you've given up c3, so I don't know if I take it. Probably I do. Defend my queen in the process.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
that didn't work.
No. For those viewers at home, we do have the live position on the bottom right of our screens, and we see the eval bar there, and that's definitely creeping down in Black's side, in Black's favor at least. Looks like a huge advantage.
Okay.
Gukesh, first game of World Championship, we mentioned there were no nerves. He was aggressive. But as soon as things started to turn, as soon as Ding stabilized, I think he didn't change gears.
Yeah, it was actually Rook C1. Rook C1 seems to be the key inaccuracy, actually, because it allowed the queen to come into C4.
Yeah, it was your
with
move
tempo.
as well. I mean, that bishop E1, your move, I think that would have kept things together. This rook now is the cause of most of White's problems. It's just clumsy, it's loose.
Okay, this is where, David, for the first time, I'm going to ask you, how does Stockfish keep the position together?
Oh gosh, okay. I hope Stockfish has an idea. Okay, Stockfish first of all says that Black has an overwhelming advantage.
Wow.
Over +2 in Black's favor, so -2 here. Which is bad news for Gukesh. I just want to mention your queen to B1 move was second choice.
Yeah, but that failed though to rook takes C3.
Well, there's actually nothing else.
No.
Like, after H4, which is the top choice, only luring in the bishop, only then playing queen to B1.
Wow.
I'm not sure why this.
How does that work? Because
looks like okay, rook takes B2 is a threat, so Black has to take on C3. Okay, the computer's saying it's getting a bit anxious here, but the reason you lured the Black bishop in is because now you drop back. So it's a fork, but it's a sacrifice. Like after queen takes E5, defending the bishop. I mean, it looks like you're simply 2 pawns down here with White. On the bright side, you have the bishop pair, and I love bishops. I think all top players love bishops, but are they really going to save you? Black's one move away from safety.
that is true, but you feel that there is some play here, because in some of the other lines, it just felt like
You try and get in somewhere.
White was being crushed.
Yeah. At least this one, actually, Ding has to be slightly careful because castling might walk into like bishop C5. Double attack. Although even here, actually, queen to C7, pins. This is a 2-pawn advantage for Ding, even if Gukesh finds the best moves.
And you can see it in Gukesh's face.
Yeah.
He's not happy.
And with White, this is why they do recommend, and when former world champion Jun was with us, she did say, you expect solid play. You want to apply a little bit of kind of pressure with White in the first game. Ask your opponent some difficult questions. If they defend, draw, fine, you're on the scoreboard. But this is why we rarely see players burn their boats and kind of go all in the first game of a world championship match, especially with White, because it can backfire and suddenly, instead of being the clear favorite in terms of rating, form, Gukesh, he's going to be behind potentially in the match this early, and Ding's going to be full of confidence, which was his main issue.
Yeah, Gukesh is not happy. But sometimes, though, and it seems paradoxical, but sometimes the best thing you can do is start off with a loss, and it's like, oh, your shoulders sink down, the worst has absolutely happened, and then you can just relax and get into match mode.
Exactly. And I think we just have to forget about what's happened this year in the last 18 months, because one-on-one chess, I've played many matches in my time, and it's so hard. Often you suddenly think you have to climb Everest. All you need is one win, essentially, but it feels like the hardest thing in the world. Whereas open tournaments, round robins, which Gukesh often plays, you have another 8 games, you have another 9 games, different opponents, different openings, different vibe. It's not kind of win or lose, and that's all. You can still fight for second place, you can still fight for other things, but yeah, this one, rook takes d4, huge threat. Ding up on time significantly, over 10 minutes ahead now.
Yeah.
We couldn't have imagined this just 1 hour ago, Jovanka.
No, but it actually goes to show the power of the counterattack and the danger of extending the position so early on in the game. And this is one of the things about very sharp opening play. Is like once you go all in right from the beginning, it actually becomes all or nothing. And when the counterattack happens, it's usually decisive. Whereas if you go for a solid opening, you do have that strategic foundation that you can always fall back on.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what I feel more experienced players, they have that gear, that kind of shift. They know when to play a bit more solid, when to just kind of hold all the cards rather than pushing them all in. And it's a bit like riding a bike up a hill. It's like you start pedaling. When you play this type of opening with White, you go aggressive, you start pedaling up the hill. Suddenly you realize, wait, if I stop pedaling now, I'm just going to fall off. I'm going to roll downhill and it's all going to go wrong, all going to collapse. So you need to keep pedaling fast, and you need to kind of keep attacking, keep going for the opponent's king. Here, there's no attack simply. I think the most instructive thing for me is the fact that Ding didn't castle. Because if he'd castled, this might well have been a really scary attack. Right now, he has the option if he really needs to. We've seen some variations where he can just run with the king. And that's why he simply faces no danger at the moment, Ding. Because he has all of his options open and he's infiltrated enemy lines.
Yeah. And, you know, the rook is superbly placed on c4.
Oof, beautiful piece.
The knight is nice. Okay, h4 played.
I think Gukesh is going to find that variation, you know. I think he's going to find what we were just showing there. Now, bishop in, Ding playing instantly again. Yeah. And the white queen now needs to defend her rook before it falls off the board.
Yes. Well, they do say necessity is the mother of invention, right? But let's show that variation one more time, because I do feel like white has play. The computer was like +2, and you know, with perfect chess, of course, I'm pretty sure it would put the boot in, but rook takes c3 because of the threat of rook takes knight, as David's indicating.
Yep. And let's get those rooks off the board.
Absolutely.
And here, I don't think it really matters the order, but let's say white takes these pawns off and then drops back. Oh, wait. Maybe now knight to e2. Maybe black should actually take on e6 with the bishop, because in this position, suddenly, whoops, I could start seeing danger here, Jovanka. I've just spotted a really cool idea. Queen is attacked, and...
Queen takes pawn?
Queen takes pawn. I'm wondering if I can...
Queen takes h7.
Can I play this? Queen takes h7?
And obviously you can't go rook takes queen because of rook f8 checkmate.
Oh wow, f8 mate. Oh wow, that would be so pretty. Queen takes h7. I thought this was checkmate. I thought this was game over, but boo, the computers are just... I did cheat here. I didn't see this move in advance. I saw queen takes h7, but I didn't see this one. Queen d4 check, deflecting the white bishop away.
Well, queen b1 played.
Queen b1 played. So this is actually quite relevant. And now if the king moves, then queen takes h4, uses zigzag back, and the rook will kind of indirectly defend, and black will be 3 pawns up. But either way, black has 2 extra pawns, and it's still uphill struggle for Gukesh. Wow. So okay, it's not over. It's still complicated.
Yeah. And queen to d4, whilst I feel like it's an easy move to find over the board, in calculation, it's not that easy.
Could easily miss that from afar. And I think Ding realizes we're going to see him pause now because it's getting complicated, and queen b1 was a really, really sneaky move. Necessary move as well. Great work by Gukesh. But yeah, I think he will take on c3. He's almost obliged to take this pawn. I guess he could remove the knight from the threat of rook takes b2, but yeah, it feels a bit weird.
Hang on a second. Can we... Because now Ding is in calculation mode, right? So we really do have to see how forcing... Rook takes c3.
Yeah. And white is forced, I think, to take.
Are you forced? Can you throw in f takes e6?
Yeah, maybe f takes e6. I'm not sure what move order changes what. And also black does have the option of taking with the bishop.
Yeah.
To prevent some of those variations we mentioned. If white ever takes that bishop with the knight, then there's no more knight back to e2 fork.
Okay, so let's bishop takes.
Okay, bishop takes.
Bishop takes, not to allow.
Now I think you are very much forced to take the rooks.
Yeah.
Off the board, rook to d1. Oh wait, rook d1. You can actually take. Oh wait, there's a knight on b2. I knew knights on b2 was. I was trying to be clever. I was trying to play like rook takes c2 and then give a check and c1, but it's why mess around? Ah, wow. I'm glad it's them. So yeah, rook takes c1, rook takes c3 even forced, I think. And this is where we were saying knight e2.
Knight e2.
But this is different because now there's no more kind of fun on the f8 square. This is why I think black should actually take the bishop on e6 rather than the f pawn.
And well, all we need is to mix things up, right? So how to do that?
Problem is it's 2 pawns and it's about to be 3 pawns.
And the knight on b2 is actually really good because the move you want to play is queen d3 or you know, get the queen active.
It can always sit back, perch on the c4 square, defend a lot of things.
Yeah.
It's a weird position. It feels like white should have compensation, but
there's no coordination, and the white king is very unsafe.
he's alive at least. That's the main thing for Gukesh.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ding maybe playing the most natural moves here is actually the best way to the advantage. But it is tempting from my experience when your opponent plays a weird move, weird looking move like Queen B1, especially if they've been playing with some clear mistakes. You want to punish them and you want to be a bit creative and you want to...
Yeah.
I don't know.
But also, rook takes pawn does require some calculation. Because you have to consider knight to e2. If for some reason you don't trust your calculation, can you kind of keep control with knight to a4, which is another move you mentioned?
Yeah, it's actually, at first I thought this wasn't possible because rook d1 traps the black queen, but luckily there's knight takes c3 with a fork. And I think once the dust settles at the very end, black still has an extra pawn. And it could be a very powerful pawn. So I think it's possible knight to a4.
Mm-hmm.
I put it on my analysis board here and the eval bar dropped, so it's not the best move apparently, but it's unclear why. Actually, from a human point of view, I think it's actually very natural, especially if he's scared of that calculation we were talking about.
Maybe you have some ideas of f takes...
Yeah, f takes e6, we have to calculate. Let's say I take with the pawn.
I just seem to be helping you all the time.
I mean, now black can actually castle and activate the rook at the same time. I mean, it's complicated though. This is exactly what's going through the players' minds, Jovanka. Like you said, f takes e6 on every move has to be calculated.
Yeah.
It might be different sometime.
Ah, no.
Oh, and look at this. Ding, it's now been 3 hours and 20 minutes almost of play. Ding hasn't left the board once. Wow.
Yeah. And, well, it seems to be working. Ding.
Definitely working.
Yeah, definitely working. Yeah, that's what I should say. I should stop being so...
We're very
so
British.
We're very... It seems to be working. Jolly good. And it's a very... he has a big advantage. And winning advantage.
With best play.
With best play, winning advantage. It is possible for Gukesh to mix things up and create some chaos. But here we're just looking at two options here. Rook takes pawn or tries to keep control with knight to a4.
Yeah, two options. What would you say if you were in Ding's shoes right now? The clock is ticking, you've got a time advantage, but you want to keep the momentum. You're getting excited because you know that you have an advantage. Do you take the pawn? Do you take a risk? Or do you retreat the knight?
Well, the funny thing is, I think our decision making is often guided by who our opponent is. Ooh. So if we're playing someone lower rated or someone we don't perhaps rank, or rate their calculation, we'll probably go rook takes pawn without thinking too much and go, yeah, well, I'm sure we'll figure it out. But if it was someone that we considered genius, we'd be like, why have they let us play rook?
Especially a calculation genius like Gukesh.
Yes. Like, what is it they have up their sleeve? And then we might try to keep control with knight to a4.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would be tempted.
I mean, I'm a greedy person, so rook takes t3 is what I really would be aiming for.
We talk about calculation quite a lot, and I genuinely think the most disciplined calculation kind of calculators, like Gukesh, like Prag these days, like Ding in his heyday, I think you start with rook takes c3 because it's the forcing move, it's a capture, you win a pawn, you kind of ask your opponent, you force your opponent to prove their compensation. Only if that isn't convincing, only if you kind of see some ghosts there or you sense some trouble, then you kind of look for moves like knight to a4. Knight a4 isn't without calculation either, because the black queen would be trapped after rook d1, so you have to look 2 or 3 moves deep at least to guarantee that you're safe. And knight a4 is maybe slightly less ambitious. So it's the safer move, but rook takes c3 is so natural. If you start with it, don't see anything wrong with it. You have to play it.
He plays rook takes c3.
Okay, and I think a good choice.
A good choice, absolutely.
Probably. We'll figure it out with hindsight. But...
Yeah, so now we were looking at white's moves. White can play pawn takes e6, rook takes rook. No other attacks or captures or threats.
Yeah, it's got to be one of those, I think. I don't really see anything else. You can't keep the tension now. Rook takes b2 never works. We pointed that out earlier because the black rook defends its queen. And
Rook takes rook. So let's
start with that. Rook takes rook. Queen takes.
And let's try to maintain the tension on the board. Knight back to e2.
Yeah, and at least this way you give up another pawn, but you get the bishop pair. I assume you take this now. Take. And yeah, keeping this pawn on f5, I'm not sure if that kind of creates any extra options. I mean, it looks so tempting to move this bishop out the way, discovered attack against the black queen, but there's nothing else really on dark squares that isn't defended. So there's no real good discoveries. It's just this white queen, she's so poorly placed. If she were anywhere else, this would be a real fight.
Yeah. Well, we would transpose after f takes e6. Black would be more or less obliged to go bishop takes e6. And this is the thing, the threat of after f takes e6, bishop c5 is so obvious.
Yeah.
So
if you leave it to this point, it's obvious, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And bishop c5 we were saying, and there's ideas, maybe not queen takes h7 immediately, because just to show again to anyone just joining, beautiful tactic, aiming to checkmate black, deflect the black rook, but there's this beautiful counter check, queen to d4, dragging the white bishop away and then trading queen. So he actually takes the rooks first. I was going to say there might be options here though, like improving the white queen. The black king is actually stuck in the center forever now, but instead we see the queen's off. Oh, sorry, the rook's off first.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now
knight to e2.
Yeah, I didn't see anything other than taking or knight to e2. White queen is stuck. She needs to be liberated.
And we're on move 26. And just a reminder that the players do not get any increment per move until they pass move 40.
Yeah, and I mean now it's less than 1 minute on average per move for Gukesh. Not the greatest at counting, but I think he has 14 moves to make to the time control. He's got 12 minutes to make them. So he's going to have to speed up. And we should remind everyone as well that actually in classical chess, Gukesh has never defeated Ding. Only in freestyle, kind of Fischer random chess, 2 wins to 0 in favor of Ding, including earlier this year with the black pieces.
Exactly. I mean, this was a point that a lot of people were commenting on, is that Ding has only won 2 classical games this year. And one was against Gukesh in Tata Steel and Max Ramadan in the same tournament.
And that win against Gukesh was actually very, very impressive. He had control the whole time. He kind of tortured Gukesh for a long time before wriggling in and ultimately checkmating him pretty much. So it looks like a similar narrative started this game, although it was Gukesh trying to play on the front foot. Now Ding has cashed in on his advantage. He's a pawn up. And f takes e6 has been played. So moment of truth, I genuinely think bishop takes pawn is by far the best move.
It's the least risky, right?
Risky, yeah. That's...
Because f takes e6 only works if you anticipate this beautiful, beautiful kind of queen. Ding about to make the move.
He looks impatient to make the move, but I think he's just double checking.
This is good technique there. You know, don't just lash out and make the first move that your hand wants to play.
Yeah.
Let the brain think.
We've all made that mistake, right? Especially in high pressure situations.
Well, there's a tendency of impatience coming out, and and then afterwards you go, oh my goodness, why did I not take my time?
Exactly. And it's not exactly as if Ding's out of trouble with the clock situation. 20 minutes to make, what is it, 14 moves for him? It's not exactly luxury either, but okay, he does have a bit of a buffer.
It's still very much a dynamic position, you know, even though Gukesh will be down material, Gukesh will have the bishop pair once he retreats the knight, attacks the queen and bishop, and Black's king is not out of the woods yet. So there's still plenty of things that he has to be careful about. So it's very important here that Ding doesn't burn too much time on the clock making this decision as to how he's going to recapture.
And a lot of kind of pre-match predictions, the punters, the journalists, I mean, some of the best players in the world, they did say Ding's best chance is when Gukesh is low on time. But this type of position, it's a bit more random, right? Both players could well just make mistakes as the clocks are ticking down, especially while Ding's king is in the center. If he takes with the bishop and is able to somehow find the time to castle,
Yeah.
I don't see him blundering, but
you know something.
Still
I'm seeing Ding rock backwards and forwards,
yeah.
and this is one of the problems when you've gone through this terrible period where you haven't won a game, you've been so close, and it's kind of just been snatched away from you at the last second. Often you get so nervous or so excited that you involuntarily make mistakes. It's like the brain goes into some kind of sabotage mode, and you just, until you get that first win, you can kind of finally relax, and it becomes such a big thing.
Prophecy,
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and I can't remember who said it, but they do say that the hardest thing in chess is to win a one game, to win a winning position, because suddenly, you're stuck in your own head, overthinking. You might have too many good moves, and that choice can kind of confuse you.
I do remember that I think in 2015 I was stuck in a rut where I just wasn't winning a game. I was winning everything, but I just couldn't win the games. And I remember saying to the English women's team captain, I said, I'm just stuck in this awful thing where I cannot win, and I get so nervous or so excited I keep making blunders. And he said he completely understood. He said he went through a similar period, and the way that he solved it is by going and playing in the local league match, and he played basically a drunk old man. He said it took him about 70 moves to beat this man, but when he did,
A win's a win.
it was a win, and he could shake those demons.
Yeah, I've done the same, I must admit. I've been through some dark kind of patches. I think we all have in our careers, and I've done the same. I've gone to kind of tournaments where I know I'm the favourite, and he takes with a pawn.
Well,
we said this was risky.
It's risky, and it requires accurate calculation.
I think he's seen that trick. I think he's playing for that trick, Jovanka.
I think so too.
You see the knight drop back.
Knight drop
Gukesh,
back, yes.
no choice there. He needed to eliminate that black bishop, which was super strong, controlling everything.
But this is still risky because, okay, we have that trick where black has their antidote. Maybe we should show it one more time. But capturing with the pawn was risky because actually the king is going to be stranded in the middle of the board.
Yeah, as opposed to the other variation where the black bishop would now be sitting on e6, the white rook now suddenly plays a huge role. And even if white were to slowly build up, if a white queen were to ever land on somewhere like f2, there'd be more threats against the black king long term. So it's not even just about the pawn count anymore. But to reinforce that trick, we mentioned queen takes h7, asking black to take me, please. Oh no, my queen. This would be checkmate. Instead, black would have this move, queen to d4. And okay, we're headed in this direction. This is forced if Gukesh, well, he's going to spot queen to d4 just out of necessity. But yeah, this would force a winning endgame for Ding. 2 pawns to the good, and this one weak as well.
Yeah. Is there any other? I don't see anything.
I don't think here there are any options, but in this position, instead of kind of this winning trick that is actually a losing trick, then I think Gukesh, this is the moment to find something else. Activate the queen, maybe?
I like your queen e1.
Yeah, queen e1, though, I was slightly worried about knight to d3, getting rid of the bishop.
Hey ho, yeah.
Hey ho, let's go. This bishop, yeah, this bishop is the key piece now. If this gets traded, then black is just safe. No more checkmate.
Right, but could you still cause mischief, right?
Ooh, okay.
Because all we need is an active queen to terrorize the black king. So queen, somewhere there. And so I understand that, yes, I could be losing all the pawns on the board, but...
All the pawns? I'll take another one.
Yeah, and now...
Queen will come back.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping for queen to d6.
Okay. 4 pawns down, but let's fight. You're right, it's not over. I mean, there's still scary ideas.
Yeah.
Okay, we're very much headed.
Okay, and now this is the big moment, and I can see the smile on Ding's face. He's
like,
hoping
please.
for queen takes h7.
Please.
Because then the queens will come off.
Yeah.
You can relax your 2 pawns up, right?
2 pawns up there. I mean, some of the variations we're looking at, white is 4 pawns down, but as long as the queens are on, there's a chance, there's hope, especially if white keeps the dark square bishop. But this king, if it doesn't get checkmated, Ding is simply going to win this game. Yeah, I guess you don't have to give up this cheap pawn, but it does feel too slow to push forward.
Because now you can.
Black can't castle.
No, you
because
can't
of
castle bishop c5.
This
Yes.
is my only trick with a skewer, but yeah, I don't think it's going to work. I'm just suggesting a silly move. I think g5. Black has so many options. I mean, for example, bishop to b5, driving this rook away, then castling looks fantastic.
Still bishop c5.
Okay, bishop c5. Ah, true. But at least I'm not blundering anything. My rook's defended. Yeah, knight to d3 is coming now.
Yeah.
Feels like as long as the black king gets to safety, this is over.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I see on the live position though, and the eval bar is nearly back to the center. Which,
really?
Yeah, which is crazy.
Wow.
I think it's a key moment now.
Absolutely. So why is the computer so optimistic about White's chances? Is it just because of the unsafe king?
Yeah, let's check it out maybe. Let's see what the computer says, because the clocks are ticking very quickly down to 0. Gukesh now under 9 minutes. Okay, the computer says bishop to c5, by far the best move. The only way to minimize the disadvantage. Black takes the pawn, I think the most natural move, and oh, this is hard. Okay, firstly queen to c2, so slowly trying to get in, which makes some sense. Trying to get in via the f-file. I think the top move, rook to f3, I would never spot that in a million years. But then I realize only after that a3 is hanging.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
And after the knight drops back to defend that pawn, now the white queen swings across and...
You're threatening rook f8.
You're in.
Oh.
Okay, this is not over. If Gukesh finds either of those two moves, first he needs to find bishop c5, but...
And if you get to this position, how on earth do you defend as black? You have to go bishop.
You have to run, Jovanka.
Yeah, exactly.
Run.
Put the running shoes on.
Like
and
the Teletubbies. Run away. Easy set. Yeah, you are hiding. It's not easy for white to continue attacking. This knight is super strong, but Gukesh, this is going to be a test of his mettle. He doesn't like time trouble. He's not an instinctive kind of blitz player by nature. He likes time to calculate. His eyes are darting around the board, Jovanka. He's trying to calculate desperately, but he's getting nervous. You see him glancing at the clock.
He's just got just under 7 minutes and 26 seconds. Still compensation if he finds the most accurate move, bishop c5.
He has to find it, and he's very aware of the clock. We've seen him look at the clock and score sheets so many times already. He's about to make his move. Still 11 moves for him to make in 7 minutes.
Yeah. And because there is no increment until the players pass move 40, the players are actually not obliged to notate if the clock gets down to less than, I think it's 5 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes, that's right. Normally we have to write down every move because we have that luxury of 30 seconds after every turn, but not this time. Yeah, bishop c5. I think it's just about initiative, and he understands the initiative so well, Gukesh. He knows he needs to attack before the kind of door gets shut, before Ding gets castled.
Right. You know, I do think that bishop c5 is going to be a standard for Gukesh. Now, rook f3, it's playing with the whole board, right? You know, you're using the queen side, which is actually really difficult for most people to actually adjust to, but Gukesh is actually fantastic at this. He loves to play with full board vision. So rook f3, I think he'll find it. Rook f3, queen f1. He's desperate now.
He's desperate. He's under 6 minutes now. And every move does come with a threat. So we're predicting bishop c5. We'll see if Gukesh plays that. Queen takes pawn. Rook f3 is a threat, hitting this pawn. This is tempo play. The knight drops back to defend it. Then a threat of checkmate. Rook f8 coming in. And then you have a real fight on your hands. But it's just about initiative, not caring about pawns. You're already 2 pawns down. Who cares if it's a third, as long as you get some attacking chances. And
you're threatening checkmate in that position. Yeah, so...
It's definitely the first move he looked at, bishop c5. It's just whether he trusts himself and whether he sees another alternative. I don't really, but I mean, you could maybe make an argument for queen c2, but...
yeah, but then we have the issue again with... Yeah, queen c2, knight...
Doesn't threaten anything, though, queen c2.
No, and I guess you're just encouraging black to go bishop... Sorry, knight to c4.
Exactly. Re-centralize. Also, you give black options after queen c2. Black can, I don't know, just drop, I don't know, take this pawn or take a pawn, or I don't know. Why give your opponent choice? Why force yourself to calculate more than you need to? Forcing moves.
Well, I like bishop c5 because you never know. Ding might not play queen takes pawn. He might.
Maybe we're biased because now I've seen the computer move. I can't get bishop c5 out of my head, but I do think it's the most natural.
Yes, because your material down anyway. You're going to lose, so why not try to just climb up on the window ledge? Ooh. Oh no, he plays queen c2.
Plays queen c2. Okay. Oh. Keeping his options open, but giving Ding a lot of choice.
Tempting. It's tempting. Also, you know, Gukesh likes to play with an active king. Castles, as we mentioned, isn't possible because of bishop to c5. And now bishop b5, which was a really tempting move that we suggested in other lines, isn't possible because of queen to c8 check. But it does mean that Ding's most natural move, knight c4, blocking the line of the queen, is very natural.
It is very natural, but actually I don't know if knight c4 is so strong. I'm trying to look ahead here. So knight c4, let's follow the same plan as earlier. Bishop c5 now, queen takes pawn, and let's say the white queen swings across, threatening to get in, threatening some checkmates. Queen f8 now is the big threat with mate in 2.
Have to run.
Have to run, and now the difference is the queen and rook are actually kind of the opposite way around. So now there's bishop b6 check. I think this is Gukesh's plan, and the queen is defending its bishop. Her bishop here. And yeah, be careful. Like suddenly the white queen is coming in. Check and.
Okay, so I spoke too soon.
I mean,
knight c4, not so
knight
good.
c4. But Ding's going to look at it. It's the most natural move, just trying to block out the queen from coming in. But the queen isn't coming in anytime soon. All the squares are covered. So if Ding calculates knight c4 and senses danger in the future there, maybe he's going to look for alternatives. And there must be a reason the evaluation bar on the live position has jumped so much.
Right, maybe, okay, so let's be methodical here. So we have queen takes g4, queen takes b4, queen c4. Now the moves that I always recommend when your king is in trouble is trade of queens.
Jovanka, I think that's a very strong move because actually, yeah, white can't trade queens, white's 2 pawns down. Now you castle. You get castle next move, guaranteed.
Yes.
Because there's no more discovered attack. Like if the white queen dodges, then no more bishop c5. I mean, once you're castle, this is safe. Queen c4. I'm not sure if that's the only move, but...
So...
I love it. Just shut the door and get out of the firing line of white's rook.
And would it be such a serious mistake after queen takes g4?
Okay, queen takes g4. That's... Yeah,
let's go greedy. I mean, queen c4 is the move in my opinion, but
just a bit scared of white's queen coming in.
Yeah, me too. I'm just suggesting this to show why.
Yeah,
it's scary, isn't it?
It's scary. I don't think Ding is going to go for this one. There's a check threat now.
Yeah.
The white bishop's still coming in to close the mating net.
Yep, no, you don't want to be touching this one. I agree.
Funnily, I just checked. The computer says black's winning here.
No way.
Only one move, otherwise you're losing on the spot. But you have to castle. You have to castle, give up your bishop, and then you bring your knight around, and you're going to checkmate white. This is... I mean, if Ding plays this, I'm going to find some gold coins and shower the board later with them. Because yeah, you can't stop it, Jovanka. Crazy. Like bishop e3 looks like you cover the f4 square, but suddenly, whoops. Check. King takes, checkmate.
Wow. That's genius.
That would be genius, but I mean, Ding is a genius, but just so difficult. And firstly, you would need to kind of have the courage to get greedy and grab a pawn on g4, which...
And allow the queen all the way into c7, which, you know...
Feels wrong.
It feels wrong on every single level.
But your queen c4, just from a human point of view, he's been trying to trade queens already for a few moves. That just looks so smooth, and then you get castled.
Is there any queen c4? I mean, how to cause trouble?
I mean, do you cause trouble? That's the question.
If I have to have a whisker of some chaos on the position, otherwise white is completely lost.
Yeah.
So queen.
There's not many squares. That's the problem. Like, if you trade, what black just takes with the knight. And
Exactly, and it's
going to be grim.
Okay, so queen d2, only
d2.
move.
Yeah. Our castle.
And now, okay, bishop d4.
Yeah.
Squares.
Dark squares, and yeah, actually.
Bishop takes. Bishop takes rook.
Actually, suddenly I'm a bit worried. A bit worried I'm going to get mated.
Yes.
Maybe I need to. Oh wait, I was going to say I can bail out with perpetual check, but I don't. I think because.
Oh.
Whoops. And
the king hides on h2.
No more checks, and suddenly white wins. Okay, it's not over. It's not over, definitely. Easy to blunder, actually. The fact that Ding has almost 12 minutes is a godsend for him. He has time to calculate. Gukesh at 4 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 4 minutes is not that much time for 10 moves to make. Yeah.
2.5 moves per minute. Gonna be a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what are you predicting? Is Ding going to get greedy, which keeps the advantage? We figured out, but by a very convoluted, very difficult way. Or is Ding going to try and shut the door and get castled, which isn't over either?
Yeah, I think queen c4 is the most human move.
Mm-hmm.
Even though the adventures still continue.
I'm getting nervous.
I am as well. I started to get goose pimples as well, because this is, you know, despite the deficit in material, this is still a full-blooded fight on the board. It's just amazing. Anything can still happen. All three results possible. And he moves the queen.
He swings his queen across to c4.
c4. And now here for Gukesh, we only saw one move. I mean, you cannot go queen takes queen, because then you're more or less signing the score sheets and saying, I abandon hope.
If you lose, you got to lose in style. You've got to go down fighting and keep the queens on. We actually found one variation where white has a lot of hope. I loved your bishop d4, kind of control the dark squares, at least getting some counterplay, some threats going. So Gukesh needs to move under 4 minutes now.
Yeah.
He needs to keep the queens on. I don't really see what there is to think about. There's only 2 safe squares. You don't go back to b1 willingly, because that's where you came from.
Yeah.
Queen d2. Is he really thinking of trading queens? Surely
No. He's playing queen d2.
Okay. Shows he's not confident though. Like I think that's the type of move he would play instantly, even if he had an hour on his clock. The fact he's playing game 1, first ever World Championship match. Okay, white is threatening bishop to d4, going for this pawn, going for the dark squares.
Yep.
We should have mentioned as well, like flicking in queen c4 doesn't hurt black at all, because now you can take the pawn and there's no white queen coming in along the c file. So even taking this pawn might work, but castling just feels so natural.
Yeah, it does feel very, very natural. I'm just, again, thinking that psychologically, Ding just wants to put everything in the bank, remove all the complications from the position. So can he be persistent and go queen to d3, for instance?
Oh, wow. Queen to d3. I'm a bit afraid of the white queen coming in somewhere, f4 or g5.
Probably f4. But then castle. No, you got no castling.
Yeah, no castling anymore. And suddenly it's a bit of danger.
I forgot the chess rules for a moment.
I mean, yeah, let's pretend that. Yeah, we've all done that.
Yeah.
Time to time. I've regularly tried to castle after moving my king. So
yeah, and there, we did actually see earlier Gukesh turn to the arbiter, and yeah, we did see that he actually asked the arbiter if he has to write down the moves. And as we know, when you clock ticks down to under 5 minutes, when there is no increment per move, you are allowed to stop notating.
Yeah. So at least he doesn't have to worry about that one thing, but it's kind of muscle memory, second nature to write down moves.
Yeah.
And okay, Ding's under, what is it, under 9 minutes now. Nerves kicking in. Wow, Jovanka, this is so tense. Ding does have a winning advantage, though. He does have 2 extra pawns. It's just whether he can kind of stabilize, consolidate before move 40. If he gets to move 40, still with 2 extra pawns, still with a winning advantage, it's over. So Gukesh just needs to trick him in the next 9 moves.
Yeah, you can see Ding twitching.
Yeah, he's calculating though. His eyes are darting around the board.
Yeah.
The problem is black has so many tempting moves. You can take pawns, you can castle. You don't want choice actually in these types of positions. You want just kind of only moves. It makes it so much easier.
Yeah.
What are your predictions? Is Gukesh going to find any counterplay at all? Is there hope still?
I think there's still hope.
I think Ding has seen that variation that you mentioned with the bishop coming to d4, and he's slightly afraid.
So maybe we can just quickly on the analysis board, just revisit that.
Yeah, because
Castles.
castling, if white doesn't play the move bishop to d4, then black's just going to consolidate. And I actually think trading the rooks is wrong, because that gives white a valuable tempo to hit the black queen.
But you can't actually make moves like queen to d3, because then you've got rook takes rook, followed by the queen sneaking in on f4.
There'll be a check, and the queen comes in. Let's just quickly show that. This would be catastrophic for black, at least in terms of winning chances, because the black king is no longer safe. But I do wonder, I see this move knight to d3, and Jovanka, there's two purposes. Firstly, attacking the bishop. Secondly, you're covering these squares. The white queen, she cannot check you. So after a trade of rooks, maybe it's safe enough. You're also trying to trade queens here. He's castled his king. Let's go back to the game. And bishop d4 instantly from Gukesh.
Yeah, he has to play very quickly now. It's a good idea, actually, when you're certain of the best way forward, just to play those moves quickly and just keep on piling the pressure.
Yeah, and Ding here, I think it's a key moment. If he trades rooks, then there's actually danger for him. He might suddenly face a big attack. He drops his knight back to d3 instead. I think that might be the
Brilliant move. Brilliant move there from Ding. And again, just showing how cool-headed he is in such a tense position. What do
you even try here?
Okay, so you have to obviously keep the connection between the queen and the bishop, so you can make moves like queen to e3.
To e3. Yeah, I think that would be my my move if I were playing a blitz game. Just get the moves on the board. Keep going. I mean, it is essentially a blitz game now for Gukesh for the next 8 moves.
Yeah. Maybe we can see.
Queen to e3.
Yeah, queen to e3.
Yeah. And I'm not sure what the exact threat is for white, but I would really, I don't know why I've got itchy fingers. I really want to play e5.
Yeah, I also want to clarify the position as well.
Yeah, and
but I wasn't sure because there's rook takes rook.
Yeah, maybe we can flick in rook takes rook. It looks like I'm walking into a pin, but now e5, and the whole idea was to get this pawn with a check. Still complicated though. Bishop takes. I mean, it's still not even game over here. You drop back with the bishop.
Yeah, and still continues. Both kings in danger. Maybe we can.
Needs to move Gukesh.
Right, because the clock is ticking down to 2 minutes, so maybe we can get a full camera view of Gukesh.
8 moves to make the time control. 8 moves in 2 minutes. That's physically already difficult. It's one move every 10-15 seconds at this point.
Yep, you have to have good instincts at this point.
Got to move. Queen e3 is better than trading rooks and allowing the queens to come off. You need to keep some hope alive.
Well, this match is already delivering and it's just game 1.
I thought it would be a quick draw, Jovanka.
Oh no, nothing of the sort. And now ticking under the minute and 20 seconds.
Oh, he's going to have to make 8 moves in 1 minute. How are you going to make 8 good moves, especially in a difficult position like this? He's frozen.
It's getting tense. Wow.
I think he's going to trade rooks. I have a feeling.
Trading rooks is okay.
I'm not sure it is, because once the rooks come off, the black queen is threatening to come to c1 as well, with the check getting the queens off the board. If the queens come off, it's just over.
Yeah.
Especially because this pawn on a2 might just drop.
Okay, no, he plays queen e3.
Good move.
Good move.
45 seconds to make 7 moves, Jovanka. I'm going to do some maths. 6 seconds a move. Good luck.
Yeah. And queen e3 on the board. Okay, so white's threat is maybe to play rook takes rook. Maybe the queen can slide over to f3, try to infiltrate. But for the time being, white can very much react to whatever black does. Now he's going to have to be pitch perfect, Gukesh, if he wants to keep the game alive.
Yeah. Okay, I think Ding's going to invest quite a significant portion of his remaining time trying to find a forced win now. Or at least guarantee that he can go into an endgame 2 pawns up.
Yeah.
The one thing maybe to avoid is some kind of opposite color bishop endgame with 2 extra pawns, because white might be able to build a fortress, but it feels like most endgames are going to be winning. Not getting those queens off.
And somehow clarifying all the activity that white has. And there we see a bird's eye view of the game.
Oof. Okay, Ding at over 5 minutes. How much longer is he going to think? He has several tempting moves, that's the issue. Not sure how many kind of natural moves there are. There's a lot of tempting ones, but in terms of reducing the risk, it's all about that e5 move, like you said, simplifying. That's the name of the game. Trying to transform this 2-pawn material advantage into something easier, something more manageable.
And I mean, these guys are exceptionally good at blitz, but it's also in these type of situations just kind of keeping control over that rush of the blood to the head, because often when you don't have so much time, you see your opponent has even less time, you get very excited and you start to just impetuously play those moves without just thinking what is the best for me here. And also maybe Ding is looking at just making moves that will just keep the tension in the position, and he's hoping to take all the big decisions later on once they've passed move 40. But
that's the
does
dream,
he
but
have that luxury? I don't think he does.
No, I think it's actually still that type of position where one slip and he could lose his winning advantage. He's getting nervous. Like you say, Jovanka, you would love to get to move 40 and just be able to pause, think, kind of really crunch the numbers and figure out a concrete path to victory. But here you just have to go for it. You have to forget about the clock, forget about Gukesh's clock. Don't play on his pace, like you said. 40 seconds each, that's just going to be random. That's going to be a scramble. Pieces will fly. Yeah. It's a lottery. But if he maintains 3 minutes on the clock, he has some control over his own fate.
And, well, Ding has to calculate e5. And we've come to the conclusion that black should probably play rook takes rook first, then throw in e5 in order to attack this bishop. And, yep, he's going for it.
Now
and then e5.
He has to play it. Finds the best moves, Ding. Now he can unpin himself. The black knight is pinned currently, but a pawn is available with check. White blocks. Okay, he blocks with this bishop. Gukesh. I'm slightly surprised by that one, I've got to admit. I thought he would block with a dark square bishop. We actually looked at that and we thought maybe there was some chance alive, but...
Yeah, because maybe you could dream about getting into an opposite color bishop endgame.
Yeah, no longer possible. Okay. Ding under 3 minutes, still with 2 extra pawns, but now he has this isolated pawn, a target on d5. Oh, that's such a strong move. He's moving in for the kill now.
Bishop e4.
Yeah, he's coming in. The white light squared bishop is the target. It's pinned. Gukesh at 30 seconds to make 4 moves.
Yeah, so maybe he can just retreat his bishop to g3, just break the connection. Okay, he does that.
But as soon as black shuts the e-file now, shuts that door, shuts down the white queen, shuts down the light square bishop, it's hard to imagine any counterplay.
Big threat though on the board for Gukesh. Queen to e8, check mates. That's why it's blocked.
Ooh, don't take the white bishop.
No.
Do not take bishops. That would end in checkmate. The white queen coming up to the top of the board. Just h5, just create your luft, create some space for the king.
And he does that. h6.
h6, very good move. Gukesh is alive, but now it's that type of position, Jovanka, where he needs to checkmate before move 40, otherwise it's over. He's got under 10 seconds now.
Wow.
2 moves to make. Keeps the bishops on, attacks the black queen, but Ding's going to threaten checkmate now. The black queen is coming in. It's over. 4 seconds for Gukesh to make his last move. He moves his bishop just in time. He made that move with 1 second left.
Wow.
Ding's got 2 minutes now to reply. Wow.
And Ding can breathe a sigh of relief here. You know, both players made the time control for Ding. As long as he doesn't freeze, he can throw in a check. That's fine. But ultimately, he's consolidated his position.
His king is safe.
His
That's the
king
most
is
important
safe,
thing for Ding. He's out of danger here. And, we see the eval bar on the right of our screens there, just to the side of the live board. It's all in Black's favor.
Right. Can Ding just play to trade off queens now and cash in his 2-point advantage?
Probably. Probably there's ways to take the queens off. Maybe you can even go for checkmate, reroute the black knight somehow towards the white king. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of paths to victory. He's got 1 minute. Then we're going to break down what we've just seen.
Ooh, this game has had us on tenterhooks from start to this current position.
Yeah.
Ding, now under the minute, but yeah, he throws in a check.
Just to be safe, Gukesh makes a final move there. Before, I'm assuming he takes a break and goes to the bathroom or goes to freshen up. Often we see players make another move just to guarantee that they haven't written down the moves wrong, or Gukesh actually hasn't been writing the moves down, so maybe he isn't aware that they've reached move 40. Although the clock's now probably a bit of a giveaway.
Yes. Also, you can look at your opponent.
Yeah.
And have a peek at their score sheet. And there you can see the arbiters showing the players the moves that have been played.
Yeah, so no big drama here. The players just catching up on the score sheet before the clocks restart. We see our arbiters there doing a good job. But then it's all about Ding, Jovanka. He'll have 30 extra minutes now to convert his advantage. It is a totally winning advantage because White has simply no attack. He's going to be 3 pawns up. And how long do you think this game is going to continue?
Well, it's the first match, right? So the first game in the match, and I feel like you should at least play it out. Because yes, you know, White is losing, but, you know, it's not over until it's over.
True.
And there's still some hopes. You know, you can imagine a situation where the queen is in the center somehow. I mean, I'm grasping at straws here, but Ding will still have to win it with those extra pawns. And he can't push those pawns so easily.
Although this one is...
that one's falling. I mean,
grab.
actually, can you grab that pawn right now?
I don't see why not. This is the current position. Black's piece is so dominant, we've got to say.
Let's do it right now. So queen takes.
Yeah. I mean, this is such a safe haven for the black king on h7, protected by its bishop on this diagonal, that I think you can happily grab. And if we try and get the white queen in, it's hard to imagine her doing too much damage, but I mean, where's she even going? This is just one check. Black king will hide, and actually it's the white king that's about to be checkmated in the next few moves.
Yeah, and you cannot grab the pawn on a3 because the white king is missing cover.
Yeah. Here, for example, I haven't spotted the mate yet. I'm just assuming it will be there, but yeah, mate in 2. Oof. We talked about the alpha 0 pawn, the AI. We had help from our sidekick Gemini earlier, but I mean, it's going to be that alpha 0 pawn, the a3 pawn, that maybe shortens the resistance for Gukesh right now. Ding takes it. But this is very professional. He's just calming his nerves first, almost.
Yeah.
Wow, what a start to the match in general, but especially for Ding.
Totally, to win with the black pieces and, you know, deploying an opening that he hasn't tried that often in recent years, and it just worked a treat. It was provocative. Gukesh overextended, made just one key inaccuracy. I mean, the position was so finely tuned that he just played rook to c1 and got into all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, he just kind of went on the attack at the wrong moment, unfortunately, for Gukesh. And there we go, another pawn drops off. It's 3 pawns to the good now for Ding. I would be shocked, actually, Jovanka, if this game continues another 10-15 minutes. I just don't see any resistance at all. Gukesh, he's going to come to terms with things. I think it's a pride issue for chess players. We don't want to resign, especially at this kind of level. And the only way this game continues is if he prolongs the fight by don't know, giving a couple of spite checks. And
Yeah. It's the knight on d3.
an octopus.
It's a beast, because the move as white you want to play is you want to go queen c5 with a dream of planting the queen on c8 and getting some kind of perpetual, because that is the key square. But there's just
The knight controls.
exactly, it controls c1, no access there, everything denied.
All these squares the white queen would love to use, actually. Controls a few extra ones just as a bonus, but this knight is just, it's been the star piece, simply. This whole game it's been
Okay.
hopping around.
On that
outpost to
basis,
outpost.
could you just go bishop to f1 and go
Okay.
be gone?
Be gone.
Although yes, you could go queen to
Yeah.
b3.
Queen to b3 or somewhere, yeah. I can ask what your threat is, actually. If you take, I'm wondering if I can check, or maybe there's no checkmate, but at the very least I'm going to check and trade off some stuff. Opposite color bishop endgames sometimes are drawn, but
Not this one.
probably not this one. This is one pawn that's going to keep the white bishop paralyzed. There's another pawn over here, another pawn over here. This is going to be over.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of last case, last resort for Ding as well. That's if he doesn't find a checkmate.
Yeah.
Wow. I think we'll break down some of those key moments in the build up to the time scramble a bit later, but expecting handshake potentially even, Jovanka.
I agree. Once Gukesh comes to terms with the idea that his position is lost, then I do think a handshake is in order, because the problem is how are you going to stop the a pawn? And that's also one of many troubles.
Yeah.
The white king is unfortunately placed. The bishops are just not very well positioned, and finally we see Ding leave the board for the first time.
Historic moment, Jovanka. First time in the 2024 World Championship that the current world champion leaves the board. And I was going to say the reason I expect resignation is because Ding's sitting there. Normally, you always see players leave the board after move 40. They get extra time. They want to freshen up, go to the bathroom. But look at that, 100% of the time, 4 hours plus at the board. I took a long flight recently and I was like back to the bathroom like constantly. I'm actually sitting there 4 hours and
Yeah.
Gukesh, you got to feel for him. He went for it, and credit to him. Very aggressive player, but ultimately backfired.
Yeah. Okay. But what an exceptional young man he is. Winning the candidates. And you know, after his loss to Alireza Firouzja at the candidates, that was the moment that he knew that he could win it.
Yeah. That was, I mean, that was a huge game. He was totally winning. He was about to take the lead. Yeah, suddenly he fell apart and motivated him.
Yes.
But, I mean, that's the candidates. That's one of the biggest tournaments in the world. This is a whole new level of scrutiny.
Totally. I mean, all eyes of the world are on this match right now. That we're feeling for Gukesh, because he went all guns blazing right from the opening. You know, he rose to the challenge and it just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, not quite at his best yet, but we expect that he will come back swinging, come back fighting, because he's got that mentality. We talk about his maturity as a teenager. It's just phenomenal. He just, I mean, I remember as well at the 2022 Olympiad when he lost that heartbreaking game against Abdus Sattorov. And he still came back after that. He was determined more than ever to win the Olympiad for his country 2 years later. And yeah, it feels like he really thrives when the adversity shows itself.
He's incredibly mature. You know, he really rises up to those big match moments as well. You know, he does deliver. He's finding himself here playing a world championship match at the tender age of just 18. So I'm sure this is just a blip. You know, just perhaps the nerves getting to him in this particular game. But what a start already to what is going to be such a memorable World Championship match.
This is if this is a glimpse into what we're about to see, then we're really in for a treat. And I hope everyone's had their popcorn already at home. But if not, then save some for the next few rounds.
And take a look at this, David. Like, have a look at the computer evaluation. It is mate in 40.
Mate in 40.
A forced mate in 40 for black.
I mean, Gukesh has seen it all. He's worked it out already. Ding spotted that. That's why he took the break to the bathroom. Yeah, this is over in multiple ways. He does make another move, so he's going to fight on a little bit. He gives a check. Yeah, the black king, though, simply... Oh, wait, Jovanka, I missed something.
Oh, because if you hide king h7, queen takes bishop.
It's check, and there's a pin.
It is a pin, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
I'm embarrassed about my lack of tactical vision there, but...
Yeah, so you have to put the king on h8.
One winning move, one safe square.
Yeah, and you cannot go queen takes bishop and go ha, because queen to f2, and then you can recapture the queen in peace.
Yeah, that's why it's these players sitting there at the board fighting for the World Championship. They see these details. I'm sure Ding's going to just speedily play the move king to h8 right now. Let's show that on the board. This check hits the king. He's going to slide into the corner. He finds the winning move. This might force the resignation. If he'd gone the other way, then queen takes bishop comes with check. That's the key. We see a handshake. We'll break down those key final moments a bit later. Ding takes the win, though. The first game of the World Championship goes in Ding Liren's favor.
Yeah, a win with the black pieces. What a game to kick off this historical match. Wow. It's entertained us with many aspects, with the nerves, the opening surprises, the excitement, precision, and there we can see the scoreboard for the moment. Ding Liren takes the lead, winning with the black pieces. The first time in how many years? 14 years? 13 years?
14 years.
Yeah.
That we've seen a decisive game at the beginning of a World Championship match, and no words between the players. I think they're both just recovering from what was a really hair-raising time scramble. Emotion going through both of them, that's for sure. But we will see them shortly in a press conference where we will be asking them questions. We will be getting their thoughts on what's just happened. But Jovanka, the game itself was just, I mean, that's going to be printed in magazines, websites all across the world. It's going to be causing headlines. It's
right. It felt
game.
like it was not only crazy, but in some ways it also felt like Ding played a model game. You know, when your opponent overextends in the opening, he found some fantastic resources just to keep the position further imbalanced and won in position from Gukesh. And it really turned on that small detail.
Yeah, it really did. And I think we have to backtrack and do a bit of an action replay of some critical moments. Just to remind everyone at home, there will be a press conference with the two players chaired by Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. And we will bring you that live very shortly. And we do have a few minutes, though, while the players kind of take a break, recover, freshen up. So I think a good moment to go back to where it all began. Run through the game, Jovanka.
Yeah, let's have a look at some key highlights. So
maybe just very briefly through the opening.
Right.
French defense. A surprise. Ding hadn't played this since the last World Championship match where he wasn't successful against Dommaraju, so a small surprise. The French defense pushing this pawn forward, prepares to fight for the center. And yeah, we see the classical variation of the French defense. And this move, knight back to e2, not so common. So Gukesh actually getting the first surprise in. And here it was Ding who started to think. A5 came after a lot of thought, Jovanka.
Yeah, it certainly did. I remember, like, it cost him already almost half an hour on the clock to come up with a5. And a5 didn't actually phase Gukesh. He just continued as normal, playing quickly knight to f3.
Yep, knight to f3.
But Ding's point was that he's just simply going to advance the a pawn as far up the board as possible and use it as a potential destabilizing device.
Yeah, a battering ram here against White's beautiful pawn chain. And it is fitting. I mean, Google are the sponsors of this match, and this is very AlphaZero-esque. Of course, AlphaZero, developed by DeepMind and now a part of Google. And this pawn actually played a starring role. It caused Gukesh to later resign when it was about to reach touchdown, about to promote. So the bishop came out. Another great move, I've got to say, Jovanka, after g4, showing aggression, going for a kingside attack. Gukesh showing his hand. Queen to a5. That was inspired as well. It provoked weaknesses in Gukesh's queenside long term.
Right, and this was the first moment where Gukesh actually paused for thought here, because, you know, we were expecting moves such as queen to b6, putting pressure against d4, queen to a4, a5, ask the questions, you know, what are you going to do to resolve this pin along this diagonal, threatening to capture the pawn on d4. And here there were many moves to white's disposal. In fact, I think at this point we took a break, you know, and I think that we saw that the best suggestion was actually queen to c2, which is really not intuitive at all.
Yeah, white had many options. Gukesh chose to instead just continue development. And the idea was that after his queenside was undermined, he had this sneaky intermezzo, this Zwischenzug in between move. Instead of recapturing on d4, he flicked in a quick attack against the black queen, forcing her to retreat. And only now did he recapture in the center. So it did look, at least visually, very appealing for white. There's a nice outpost in the center. But long term, actually, this pawn is a thorn in the side. And these pawns look nice, but they do leave a weakness and outpost on the c4 square, which Ding
immediately exploited.
Yeah, exactly. Jumping in. And this is where things started to turn, right, Jovanka?
Yeah, it's around about this point where after castles, bishop d7, another fantastic move from Ding, just keeping his position very flexible, just keeping Gukesh guessing. And Gukesh spent a lot of time here just to play the very natural queen to e2.
Yeah. Eventually he did put the queen on this square, but maybe living to regret it. And the key moment where actually you found maybe the best move for white was in this position. The c3 pawn is attacked. It's clear you really want to defend it, but it's not just that one. It's the fact that queen c4 might come.
Yeah.
Actually, queen to e3 played first, and only now, when the pressure's become unbearable, did he make the mistake, Gukesh.
Playing rook to c1, just allowing the queen to infiltrate on c4 with the idea of going queen to d3, because black holds all their long-term trumps in this position. You know, the pawn on c3 is weak, the pawn on a3 that black has is exceptional. And all Ding needed to do was just neutralize white's potential kingside attack. And Ding just does it exceptionally well here. With precision, I would say, and with some brilliant calculation.
Yeah, we should mention the move he should have played, Gukesh, was to leave this rook in the corner and actually just retreat his bishop. Not just defending this pawn with a lesser piece, keeping the white rook flexible, defending a2 as well, but also opening up the f-file, which became a bit of an issue later. Now it's far easier to attack with f5 lining up, maybe with the queen as well. And as you say, Ding didn't really give him a chance to get back into this game. Queen to c4, great resistance here to the temptation of taking this pawn, offering a trade of queens. Any endgame is favorable for Ding. And maybe the move that at least made me convinced, Jovanka, that Gukesh would suffer in this game, retreating with the queen to e1. I think at the very least he should have brought it forward.
He should have rolled the dice and just kept things active, because, you know, white has positioned all the pieces for a kingside attack. I think perhaps it was the point of no return. Queen to e1. Yeah.
Allowed another piece, sorry, to join in the action. The bishop jumped out, attacking this rook. No real safe squares other than this one, which is loose, only defended by the white knight. Ding took advantage of this immediately, undermining the knight. Great move, yeah. And he played it instantly. Actually, every move here was almost instant, building up the momentum for Ding. And Gukesh, in his defense, found a very clever defense. He played pawn to h4, asking the bishop in to a vulnerable square, and only after a trade, after Gukesh had given up a pawn here, did he kind of capture it on e6. And maybe a small mistake from Ding. I would say the only moment where he didn't necessarily play the best move. Maybe taking with the bishop would have been slightly better, just keeping the f-file closed, which becomes relevant later. But now Gukesh dropped back, and this was, I feel, the final moment he had a chance.
Right.
He talked about bishop to c5 in this position as being the last glimmer of hope, and some sneaky ideas here, including queen c2, sliding to f2, and finally coming in.
But it was rook f3 as well.
Even better, maybe. Attacking this pawn and sliding across with the queen. Not easy. That's the problem for Gukesh, and he was low on time at this point.
Yeah, and he went for another tricky move, but that wasn't ultimately good. Queen to c2, and yes, okay, it causes tricks if black were to capture with the queen, the pawns on g4 or b4, but Ding here found the very precise queen to c4.
Beautiful move.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gukesh, it was just a case of right idea, wrong order, because if his bishop were out the way already, black would never be able to castle. You can't castle through his check. But unfortunately now, this gain of tempo, you cannot trade queens as Gukesh, you're 2 pawns down. But this gain of tempo allows black the time to get to safety. Better late than never. Castling on move 31 is very late. Very impressive there from Ding. But after bishop d4, I think the clincher was this move, only winning move actually. Knight back to d3, cutting the connection between the queen and bishop and covering a whole variety of squares the white queen wants to use. And yeah, here the simplification tactic, trading, hitting white's bishop now on d4. This ended resistance, and yeah, I think Gukesh with a bit more time on the clock would have dropped this bishop back. Still probably a very difficult position to find yourself in, but now Ding.
Yeah, now the bishop gets mobilized and
Beautiful.
Yeah, keeps full control, and black's king is perfectly safe there on g8, especially once Ding finds a little peephole for it on h7. So yeah, you know, it's quite funny because when the game was in progress, you couldn't hear a pin drop outside, and suddenly the game is finished and there's a massive buzz from players and people in the ban zone.
Yeah, I hope you can't hear that at home, but we can hear it definitely outside right now. It's buzzing out there, and I think that's because the players have exited, because the tension was just unbearable for everyone. The silence must have been just haunting there, but yeah, suddenly everyone's allowed to breathe. And
it had us on the edge of our seats because, you know, of course, the players were in time trouble. Gukesh got down to his last seconds. Would Ding hold his nerve? You know, he's been on the cusp of so many great victories, and now he did it. He started his defense of the World Championship with a bang.
Yeah, he could not have planned it better, dreamt it better, Ding. I think he would have been over the moon with a solid draw in game one just to get on the scoreboard, get rolling. But yeah, powerful play. And yeah, I think the players now just getting ready for that press conference.
Yes, and we're getting close to the press conference. We'll hear the thoughts from the players. It will be interesting to see how Gukesh handles this setback, because we are still in the realms of mind games, preparation, World Championship match, nerves. Everything's at play here.
Yeah, if Gukesh strikes back tomorrow, then we're going to say, wow, what an open match. This is incredible. But if Ding scores again, you know, you never know. We're going to find out Ding's approach with white, how he's going to play. But yeah, so many questions. But there's going to be more questions ahead today in that press conference.
They can't wait to hear them. And talking about tomorrow's games, and yeah, we are going to go straight to the press conference and hear from the players directly themselves.
How does it feel?
Oh, no microphone.
It's on your. It's on your.
Well, of course, I feel very good. I haven't won a single classical game for a long time, and today I managed to do that. But this game, I think it's, to be fair, it's very lucky for me because I missed 2 tactics. Fortunately, it doesn't work for him. And then I will show the
Which move number?
First is here. Here. Immediately after I take, I realized I might lose because he can play here, and he has queen h7. It's a very brilliant move, but unfortunately I have queen d4. They will not only save the game but also turn the table around. And the second point is the last move. When I take here, I carefully checked every other moves except bishop e6. If I go here, he can just take that. Maybe he can draw the game. And very lucky I have queen h8. So, because I already know the accuracy of the game, I think overall I played good. Although at some point I thought I would maybe worse out of the opening. Maybe after this he will set it better. But after that, I think he played some normal moves, and suddenly it become unclear, and he's not so happy with his position.
There was a moment in the opening when he played the move c3 that surprised us, that you spent a long time thinking in this position. Why did you spend so long?
Yes, I analyzed it, but I couldn't remember what's the continuation. I have to decide between to play the line I knew, but I didn't know carefully, or I need to come up with a new idea in the game, myself, like in the game, and I choose the second one.
See, may I ask you, Gukesh, when did you feel that this position had gone wrong for you?
I guess the turning point was around the point after knight b6. I thought I should be better, but then it was like it was unclear. Maybe I already made some mistakes earlier, but yeah, but maybe a few more moves. And like, yeah, here I suddenly maybe knight d4 was a mistake. Yeah, I was thinking about bishop d4, but I did not really take this knight d4, knight b2 that seriously. Yeah, and then all these beautiful tactics happened. Yeah, queen f4, g5 I missed, and then fg6, queen g6 is getting ugly for me. So yeah, I mean, in my calculations I just thought queen f4 is very good for me, but g5 is the problem. And okay, after this I guess it was already tough.
There was some compensation given in this line here after queen takes f4 that you could have played bishop c5 in this moment. And,
yeah, I mean,
and played for rook f3, which looked like it was potentially some chance for you. Did you look at this?
Yeah, I mean, when I went there, initially my plan was obviously to take queen h7, but then I spotted queen d4. And okay, rook f3 I just didn't see. So.
Coming into the game, it's your first game in a World Championship match. Was there a lot of pressure, nervousness? It's easy to talk from the outside before a match, before it even starts, but how did you feel just as you were walking in for the very first time?
Yeah, I mean, for sure I was nervous, and I think it would be surprising if I said I wasn't nervous. I was surely nervous, but after the game started, I calmed down. I think I was playing. Yeah, I obviously surprised them in the opening. I was playing some good chess, but yeah, unfortunately, and then I kind of slipped. The momentum kind of slipped.
Couldn't be a better start for you, Liren. Your feelings winning with the black pieces, especially.
Yeah, because it's the first game, I think he might get nervous at the start of the match, so I try to play something unusual, which I haven't played for a long time, and it turned out to be worked perfectly.
I will open the floor to the press with any questions.
Leoncho Garcia from El País, Spain. My question to both players is basically asking you to analyze this game from the emotional point of view. In the case of Liren, well, you were supposed to be in bad shape before this game. You had, I think, objective reasons to be worried about your own situation, but suddenly you managed to overcome. How was your feeling process, emotional process during the game? And for Gukesh, you were supposed to play today an opponent in a bad shape, but what happened in reality was very different. How was your feelings? How did you deal with that during the game? Thank you.
Well, it's been a long time since my last classical game. I think it was played in Olympia, so it's 2 months ago. I have a lot of time to recover and to train, to prepare, to get to the tournament with a totally new appearance. And yesterday during the game, I just thought somehow maybe my position not so good at some point, but then suddenly I found this idea, and I take d4, and then I be to create counter plays on the queen side, and I just move the piece very quickly, and not only to give him the pressure on the board, but also on the clock. Yeah, also I had mentioned today I spend nearly all the day game sit on the board, not hiding the player's long like the first game of last time. So I think this is a totally new for me, and I don't think last time what was the last time I was so concentrated on one game.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this obviously it was not a great game by me, and it all depended on the alertness. I mean, when all this knight b to queen c4 happened, I think it was just a tactical oversight by me. I mean, it can happen. It's a long match, and yeah, about my opponent's form, I think. Yeah, I mean, I expected nothing else. I expected the best version of him, and we have a long match ahead. So yeah, it's only more exciting now that I'm training.
Next question.
Michael Ray Hull from FIDE. I wanted to pick up on what you just said, Ding Liren. So you just said that you spent most of the time at the board, actually practically the whole game sitting at the board. That's very different from your performance in Astana, where you spent a lot of time in the lounge. Could you explain a bit more about this decision, how you made it, or is it something you thought about when you arrived at the board today? Thank you.
Well, first I just did not feel any kind of hungry or thirsty, so I don't need to have food or drinks in a player's lounge. And secondly, I think the position for possibilities, and I need to figure out what's my idea, to play castle or play some h5, or like in the game I found the right plan, I think. And yes, it turns out the time flows very quickly. At some point I was down by 1 hour, but then yes, the time flies.
This is Mike Klein with Chess.com. A question for Grandmaster Ding Liren. Second match in a row, you're working with Richard Rapport, and we're always kind of wondering about your opening choices, how much they came from him, how much they came from you. I'm curious if you wanted to play the French, if he kind of pushed you to play the French, or what impact did he have in your opening choice today?
Yes, he's a French expert. Also, I played French myself last time, and yes, it was our idea to play French, and I just made the decisions to play French in the first game.
Asking on behalf of followers of the FIDE channels for both of you, how many hours did you sleep before round 1, and what did you eat before the game?
I usually sleep. It depends on the day, but I try to have at least like 8 hours of sleep, and I think my sleep and my meals were good. Yeah, I'm having some meals before the game, and yeah, I feel good about both.
Well, I sleep the whole night as usual, and before the game, I hope to sleep, but I failed.
If I may just pick up on before the press continues, there was one moment in the game that I recalled that you played very quickly for you, Gukesh. It was the moment when you played the move G4. here. You played it very quickly, and it seemed to surprise many in the audience, including some of the commentators and the like. Was this still your preparation completely?
Yeah, I mean, more like G4, you generally don't play without preparation. So.
Okay. All right. And were you comfortable? You were comfortable with the sequence afterwards, of course, because you had prepared it.
Yeah, I mean, I had looked at it, and after Queen A5, I was playing on my own.
Queen A5 was the novelty for you.
Yeah.
This move. Okay. Next question.
For Gukesh, a heartbreaking defeat, Gukesh, but in what way does this loss change your game plan for the match?
I think the game plan continues to be the same, just to play every game with the same energy and play the best moves in the position. I think it's the same.
I'm from the organization. I have some Chinese questions for Ding Liren. 先祝贺。然后今天这个布局第7步棋是什么原因会长考了一会儿？我知道可能已经回答过了，但是可能还需要，希望能够再说一下。
用中文吗？
都可以 ，as you wish。
对，第7步棋，我在回忆那个布局的准备跟在临场决定下一种新的思路之间抉择了一下，选择了后者。
那今天选择这个布局是想要稳一盘，还是想要争胜？因为知道你对古克什有战绩上的优势。
选择法兰西很明显是一个很冒险的布局，因为白棋有很多种可能是能够获得一点微弱的优势的。然后赛前我也做了大量的准备，对，但是看到他的开局选择还是让我感到有点意外，然后也出乎了我的意料，所以说开局可能并不是特别的成功。
好，最后一个问题，今天的胜利会对接下来的战略有一些影响，或者有一些改变吗？
我不知道，因为我从来没有在世界冠军赛中领先过，所以我回去再考虑一下吧。而且战略这个是，比赛机密，还是不用透露的太多。
Next question.
Ulrich Stock from Germany. A question for Gukesh. Having so much time to see you play, we were wondering what the yellow ribbon means that you have on your wrist.
It's just some like I don't know what you call it, but it's like a sacred thread. I mean, just a religious thing.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
One more question for Ding Liren. In 2023, you were always playing from behind, 3 times. Of course, the only time you were ahead is when you won the match. So do you think that this will impact any way you're going to play going forward now that you finally have a lead?
Well, yes, it's a totally new experience. If it's the Swiss or close tournament, then I will fight for win in every possible game. But if in the match, I haven't have any experience yet, and tomorrow I have white pieces, and since I haven't prepared yet, so I don't know what's the approach I will give tomorrow.
Do you think you'll sleep more tonight?
At night, I always have very good sleep.
Any more questions? And with that, we'll conclude the press conference. Next game is tomorrow at 5 p.m. local time. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini's already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.